Yeah, just have a live streaming makeup tutorial or
I
something
mean,
like that, right?
yes.
That sounds cool.
Are
What's
we
up?
allowed to say what makeup we're using, like who we're wearing, or is that against the rules of Twitch now?
I'm of this opinion. They're not donating to us, so they don't get free advertising. I don't know. What dice are you wearing there? That's the important part,
Oh my
right?
gosh, what dice are you wearing?
Yes,
I
that's
love it.
really where it's at. So, hello, we're live, by the way. Veilbreakers, we made it back again to continue the good fight of, D&D nonsense and TTRPGs for charity. So, holy cow, it feels like it's been forever. What's up, everyone? How y'all doing? Also, someone's keyboard is incredibly loud.
Misspelling things.
Sorry, it's me.
I was like, who is planning their 10-point combat strategy for the next time we're in a ballroom?
I leveled up and I now have a single 4th level spell slot. So, of course, I have to now write down the description of every goddamn 4th level spell. Most likely, the one I'm going to keep memorized after last combat is Aura of Life, which is a 30-foot aura that if anybody near me is knocked unconscious, you come back with 1 HP.
That is a very good spell.
Handy.
And would have been
Handy
incredibly
for
useful
the
in that
sorts
combat.
of things that we apparently need you to be doing.
Yeah, I'm
which
just
is
going to get a
keeping
chair
everyone alive.
I'm just going to get a chair and I'm going to Riker on it, and just for the rest of the combat, I'm just going to stay near you.
So combat's not going how you planned.
So I had a character for all of 5 seconds who was a grave cleric and had the ability to concentrate on 2 things at once due to an item I picked up. And I said, okay, I would tell the GM, I was like, I want to make it very clear that this is mechanically this is absurd. I'm gonna do it. I'm just giving you a heads up, peer to peer, this is a crazy thing. It's like, cool, do it. So come the next combat, the character's sitting there, and literally, on one hand is concentrating on the dawn spell, which is just the 20-foot daylight ion beam that's just moving across the battlefield, and on the other hand, concentrating on the Order of Vitality and just healing people as things go. And it's like, oh yeah, the action moved on, just disintegrate people, bonus action heal. I'm good, just chilling. And it's like that's too much. I'm like, yeah.
With one hand giving and one hand taking.
Yeah, quite literally, my lawful neutral cleric, grave cleric of BJS. Good time, just vibing. But yeah.
But it's interesting you bring that up because I think Odette does want to have a sit down with everybody and be like, hey, we're really cool. We are the Mantles. How do we enter combat? We're getting better at this, but Valen is kind of like the war guy. So how do we make this work? How do we make the light and darkness work?
War bro.
Yeah.
Okay, so actually that's a good transition. So when we last left our heroes, they were all kind of recovering from a big fight that happened in winter. In Waterdeep. So the number of the council members of Waterdeep were attacked in an assassination attempt, and it was on Lyra's night of all things, the Waterdeep equivalent of New Year's, going into a new season or year of peace and prosperity. And of course, it seems like their arch nemesis Zangi tried to just simply murder the council as fast as possible to secure his holdings up in Neverwinter and assure that a army could not be kind of mustered to counter what he has done. The heroes actually did some really heroic shit, and not a single council member was lost, although there were some casualties.
And you look thrilled about that, Andy.
I tried real hard. I've never thrown that many counter spells in. Cumulatively, I don't think I've ever thrown that many counter spells equivalent in my entire DM history. I threw 9 in that battle. Just counterspell everything, fuck you, nope. I'm trying to actively kill you. Gloves were off.
How many silvery barbs did Rouge did you and I throw down between the two?
Oh, a lot.
Easily 4 or 5 between the two of you, and then yeah, it was a mess. But I appreciate the tenacity, and you all kicked ass. And now they've had some time to recover.
It was perfect. I used every spell slot, every ability, all my lay on hands. It's what I wanted out of a fight.
Yep.
I was gonna say all of this because of definitely not one person's specific request.
Someone said
Constant complaints that battle was too easy.
Come on, you sissy!
Try harder. Okay. I'll quote Brendan Lee Mulligan. It's actually funny. He's like, "There's no rule that says you can't drop an ancient red dragon on first level party. It's just a little faux pas. try and scale.
Oh.
It's also interesting. Like, and I watch Crown of Candy if you can. It's great. But watching some of Brendan Lee Mulligan's like, hey, here's some DM tips. I was so furious at him for like just trying to kill the characters. Like, how dare you? I'm so angry. Don't you dare. But he was like, look, any other game, yeah, the heroes need to win and wipe the floor with the enemy. In this, in order to make it watchable,
Yeah.
there have to be deadly stakes, and it has to be stacked against it. I'm like, he's not wrong. I still don't like it though.
Yeah. I mean, it's even different than when you're playing just at your table. I am muted, aren't I?
No,
No, I'm not. Never mind. I'm just not. Okay. It's even when.
I mean, yes, you are. We can't hear you.
What?
When it's at your table versus when you're streaming is different, is what I was saying. Like,
Oh,
yes.
100%. Gotta keep that engagement up. But yeah, the players or the characters have had some time to rest and recover. Valen had a little more recovery time, right? Just because, unfortunately, Chris wasn't with us last session. But since then, is now back to his spry and otherwise excitable ways, right? I think actually we'll start with Valen kind of going into it. So you wake up, and you're in, and it, as you kind of look around, you see clerics, you see like cozy medical beds. You realize you're in some kind of infirmary, right? And your armor is kind of set next to you on a little armor stand with your equipment, right?
Oh, good.
You're just in plain clothes. You've been bandaged up. You feel like you've been run over by a truck, but physically speaking, you are fine. Just the stress and uh, energy output from that fight is still kind of wearing on you. But yeah, kind of eyes flutter open, and it's a very peaceful area. Like nice little paintings on the wall, sunlight kind of streaming in, a little bit of just relaxing vibes. What do you do?
Is anybody here? Do I have any nurses? Are
No,
there any other patients?
You can hear people talking and movement like outside in the hallway, but you're kind of in your own little room, given a little privacy to recover.
Okay. He's gonna hop out of bed, start doing some stretches, limber up. Too long in bed.
Excellent.
And then probably walk out of the room and look for somebody to figure out where the hell he is.
Okay. Yeah, as you come out, you actually immediately catch the attention of an acolyte who's just in the hallway, and they look over towards you. They got a little clipboard, and they say, "Oh, Mr. Sir Valen, you're awake. Good. Glad to see you're up and about. How are you feeling?"
Yeah, feel great. Everything's fine. Where am I?
You're at the Waterdeep Medical Clinic. The Pontifex specifically requested that we bring you here to give you a chance to recover after your fight the other day. She wanted to make sure that you had everything you need to get back into fighting shape.
Great. Thank you. Okay, where's the exit?
Oh, it's down the hall and to the left. Do you need any food or anything before you go?
Sure. I'll never turn down free breakfast.
Absolutely. And then, so Acolyte runs off, and about 10 minutes later comes back with like a bunch of different like meats and vegetables and like just a kind of a continental breakfast deal, like sausages and bagels and bananas and stuff. Right.
Nice.
And just sets it down, and also sets down a letter with the Pontifex seal on the tray as well, and just says, Pontifex also mentioned that when you were up and ready to leave, to give you this letter before you head out. So, there you
Great.
are.
So the Pontifex was the religious head, right? She
Yeah.
was the representative of the city's favorite god.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Crack it open. What's it say?
It's two parts of it. The first part is a very formal thank you, right? It says, on behalf of the Church of Lyra, the people of Waterdeep, the council, and myself, I'd like to thank you for your heroic efforts, for helping to turn the tide on what was clearly a terrible night, right? And you saved not only the spirit of the holiday, but the people themselves, and that's truly what matters. The second part
We
is
saved Christmas.
yes, save Christmas and the people that were there partying. The second part is a invitation to come meet with her because she wanted to give something to you.
Ooh. Cool.
And that is at your discretion.
Okay.
It basically says, I will make the time to meet with you. Send a runner to let me know when you are available.
Okay. Great. Finish eating. I'm not going to make her wait. Tell the nurse that I'm going to be right there. I'm going to polish up my armor because it is my holy vestments. Throw it on. Bring Gruff back. Make sure that he's okay. And then we're going to go check out the Pontifex.
Okay. Cool. In very short order, you're able to make your way to her chambers. Her area of operations, her office, if you will, is set up actually right next to the clinic.
Okay.
So, if you remember, she's a cleric at Lyra, and she's a peace cleric, right? So she's invested heavily in like the health and welfare of the city. And it seems like the church is basically running this clinic here.
Okay.
So very quickly, you're walked over there, knocked on the door, and she opens it, smiles at you, and says, Sir Fallon, please come in.
Your Grace, thank you for the letter. It was very nice.
Well, thank you for your efforts. I'm glad to see you're back on your feet. Your recovery time's incredible.
Oh, yeah. No. Can't keep a good dwarf down.
As the saying goes. So, please. And she gestures towards like a very comfortable looking sitting area. All right, cool. You can see this is not like a medical office. This is more of a like a bright, cheery, almost zen room, right? There's very like bright, happy blues and oranges and pinks, kind of Lyra's colors, right? You see the holy symbol on the wall behind like a very nice desk where she would actually be working, and then kind of off to the side is just like a sitting room where there's like a fire and some nice arrangements, right?
Nice office.
That's multi-purpose. I use it to try to help run the clinic, and of course, meet with any important delegates of the city, and honestly, just it's nice for people to have a comfortable place to talk if they ever need
Absolutely.
anything. Try not to, I'm not a politician in that sense. But I'm kind of a civil servant. It's a interesting line to walk, but I want to make people feel like they can just be themselves when they come here.
Yep. I appreciate helping people. That's what I'm here for as well.
I wanted to gift you something for your efforts. I know that you don't require anything, a man of your stature and your vows, but take this as a symbol of friendship and support from the Church of Lyra to you and your order. And she puts a ring on the table, right? And it's got the 3-pointed triangle of Lyra with the stars on each point. She says, "Now this is a very powerful artifact, and I've had it for quite some time, and it seems like you're someone who deserves owning it, right? In the worst of times, when death is unavoidable, this ring will let you change the course of mortality in that moment. Now, it's a difficult gift because it lets you take the place of someone else.
Okay. Someone who is about to die.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and make a perception check if you'd like.
Sure. Break out my fancy new dice we got at the Awesome Con that jingle.
Ooh.
Yeah. Let's just get a nat 20 on the first roll of the game. Let's just get that out the way. Never again.
All right. Good and warmed up.
Hold on. That's with my perception.
What, 19?
29.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
You notice that she's wearing one, and you actually remember that Onthar had one on as well in that combat, right? It's a very brief moment where you think back to when he almost supernaturally moved places and jumped in front of the Pontifex.
Mm-hmm.
There was a magical something you didn't quite track in all of the like chaos of battle, but like this kind of brings it all together.
Okay.
Right. And so she says, as a fellow protector, this is something that the gift of stopping an untimely death is very powerful. And I wanted to give to you to put to good use.
So does this just throw you in front of whatever would have killed them, or you instantly die in their place?
Oh, so here's what it does. I need to pull up my thing. I'm sorry. It does two things, actually. You're kind of looking at the ring and seeing like you can feel, by the way, the immense magical energy on this thing. Oh, I'm sorry. Except my notes got all scrambled up. All right. So what it lets you do is it gives you an extra channel divinity option.
Okay.
All right. And the option basically is that if someone who is within 30 feet of you is about to take damage, you can effectively take that damage for them. Right? There's no way to reduce the damage. Right? But it's a basically reaction. It burns a use of channel divinity, but you get to swap and take that place. Right? The second option that it gives you is that you can literally, if someone is going to die, swap in for them. And then the ring breaks at that point. That's a one-time use.
Okay. And I would die in their place?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I physically swap places with them?
Yes.
Okay.
Literally, they swap, very similar to what happened in that combat, right? So, very cool item. Just says, I know you have a hard fight ahead of you. And I want you to know that myself and the church are going to do everything in our power to help you and your friends. I mean, this is not a problem that exists in a vacuum. This is something that threatens the entirety of the Sword Coast and beyond.
That is great to hear. We really appreciate the council's support, and this is a huge gift. I will try to make this count as much as I can.
Nods and says, and if you ever need anything from myself or any of the clerics of Lyra, please do not hesitate to ask. We owe you a great deal.
Absolutely. I'm glad that her festival went off well.
She stands and gives you like a polite bow.
Vala would stand and give her a deeper one. This is her city.
And then that, if you want to, she just says, thank you for your time,
Great. Does this ring need to be attuned?
That's a cool part.
Is this a magic item?
It does not.
It's like a disposable magic item, sort of.
Mm-hmm.
All right, good to know.
So, yeah, as long as you're within 30 feet, you can make that swap, right? Very cool.
Cool. So if we were in combat, about to die, does that mean downed or dead for good, failed all your death saves?
Oh, dead for good.
Okay. That's what I thought. I just wanted to check.
Mm-hmm. So now that said, Valen's smart. You've been around long enough. You've seen a lot of paladins and clerics die and then show up a month later. Right? It's not hugely common, but it happens, right? So in your line of business, throwing yourself in front of somebody else and sacrificing yourself may not necessarily mean the end of everything you're doing.
Yeah. It's fine. It's what we do.
Yep. So with that, yeah, you are kind of guided back out and then released to the city of Waterdeep, right?
Fantastic. I'm going to try to find my friends. Ruff, find my friends.
Gruff just starts sniffing the air. You jump on it, it starts galloping through the city and takes you back to Yusef's house.
That's probably where we would go, yeah.
And immediately he's like fed carrots by the guards.
Gruff's a good boy.
Mm-hmm. Everyone else has just kind of been out and about, catching up on stuff, but I think everyone at this point is reconsolidated.
Well, out and about doing, just having disturbing visions and things.
So how's your weekend been?
Actually, one of the things you would notice, Valen, when you roll up, is the sweet car is parked outside by the fountain. Right?
Fantastic.
It's got a few scratches on it, but the big little dent in the back. Oh, a new follower. Thank you. A few scratches on it, a little dent in the bumper from when she hit that lamppost trying to roll it the first time. But other than that, looks like it's in working order.
Fantastic.
Just
rub my hand, honey. It's good to see you, baby.
The engine actually does like a little rumble. Almost purrs. It's weird. Yeah, as you walk inside, the guards obviously nod to you. They recognize you. And then the three of you see Valen come walking in through the front door as you're in the kitchen, right?
Good morning! Where's the breakfast beer?
You're just in time. Bella's parents, they've made breakfast for everybody.
Oh, cool.
Odette flashes you this violet, noir glance and tries to convey, yeah, let's do this for them, but yeah. So
this looks great, thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Bella Hargrave. It's like
Hargrave. Nice to meet you.
Yes.
Please sit down. We made pancakes.
Yeah.
To keep in canonical timeline, this would be further in the afternoon, so they've just turned around and made brunch as well.
You are all healed up?
Oh yeah, feel great.
It must be very nice to be friends with, I suppose just a paladin in a temple where How do you go about doing sparring? Do you spar and then like somebody is on hand in order to heal you almost immediately in the tempo?
Tempest isn't real big on healing after sparring. It's you're really supposed to avoid getting hit, and if you get hit, that's a learning experience.
Ugh. She like looks at her feet for like a good solid 10 seconds and she's like, yes, lessons learned. She like cracks her foot.
Yeah, she's a dancer. Yeah, she.
Not the same thing, of course, different levels. And I was thinking, last night was terrible for all of us, and how do we go about this? Valen, I will look to you, and like Itzel, obviously you have had your fair share of battles as well. How do we make this work? How I know, Velen, you are in the light. I am in the darkness. I know Bella functions well there too. And of course, we have in between the two Twilight. How do we make this progression of day to night work on the battlefield?
Well, I'm always going to want to be between you all and the bad guy. And I'm going to want to point the sword forward. So I've got the radiant cone in front. If you ever want to flank, I will make sure that you are on the outside edge. I will turn slightly to the side. Do not get behind them, but if you get next to them, we can have a dividing line there. Does that make sense?
Oui, that does make sense. I feel I have two ways of dancing. I was thinking, I have been able to cast darkness on a personal item. I was thinking simply using my locket, and like she opens it and she proudly shows Cole and her in there, like on one side. But like she pops it on like pitch black, and like in the kitchen, and then like you hear this click, and like it is closed. And she's like, I can pop this open, and if there are people like harrying any of us, like archers perhaps, I can simply go up. They will not be able to hit what they cannot see.
Absolutely.
And I will simply be the dancer in the dark.
Yeah.
I can also. Do you like that?
Yes, I do.
She says, however, I could also be the Hexblade, where I simply curse whoever I'm coming at. However, I feel like I cannot do both of them at the same time.
No, if I can hold the attention of the people trying to hit everyone else and stand in front, and you can somehow control the crowd around us, that sounds very useful.
And if I am entering melee with you, then I drop the darkness. Unless I mean, it was very useful in the book. She like pats the Book of Shadows when those things were trying to look at us, and well, you can't look at what you cannot see.
Yeah, no, even in melee, I will do my best not to point the sword at you, but the sword's light will shine for me even through magical darkness. So if everything around me is in shadow, but I'm in the light, I'm okay with that.
So that would work. It would be you would be eclipsing me, but the darkness would still be up. It would just be carving a piece out of it.
Yes.
As long as if you are facing me, you are saying.
Yes.
All right. Itzel, Bella, do you have any, or what shall? Is it better for you to cast from afar?
Itzel will have liked while you were talking, gone back from wild shape because she was curled up with Bonbon on like the window seat, as her antelope self. So like as we started actually talking strategy, she'll have like kind of gone back to her normal form and like settled like Bonbon, like with like Bonbon's head like on her thigh, kind of a thing. Um, the I think uh, I've gotten a little bit. Most of the time, I don't think I want to be right in the middle of things, but if I get in the middle of things, I've got options for that. I think mostly what I've been trying to do also has been to make sure that Bella stays out of the way.
I am quite soft and squishy.
The not that I'm like remarkably unsquishy and I've gotten hit a whole lot, but the like uh the two modes of things, I think staying mostly away is going to be better. I also think I've gotten a little bit better at that, having gained some experience, shall we say. That will
There's also the
be
fact that I believe how Bella and Valen first met was her shooting over his shoulder in the arena. And I think we talked about like that was the first time she thought fighting was fun.
I like having my meat shields.
Yeah, and she knows actually that the closer she is to me, the easier it is for me to intercept attacks that come at her. So while being far away is good, standing right behind the dwarf in armor is also very effective.
Yeah. I think the only thing that's been somewhat difficult is like because Odette and Valen, you guys are always immediately in the thick of things. Uh, it does make it a little bit harder to uh, target an area and not also hurt you all. Um, like, yes.
If it
But that could be something like that depends on the situation. Like, if we are able to split uh, the enemies we are attacking, then that's less of an issue. Um, and I just we'll have to take sort of the battlefield as it comes once we get to Zangi.
Yep.
I am wondering. I am very quick. We all know this. This is a fact. She just like kind of like snaps. She says, if either of you need to throw something that that I can see, and I can see everything, even in the darkness. If you are throwing something at us and you say dodge and just get out of the way or look out, I believe I may be swift enough in order to avoid it.
And remember that while anybody is within 10 feet of me, my aura of protection will make dodging easier.
True fact.
There you go. So maybe
So don't
just
worry
give us
about
a
it. Just hit you with stuff.
Yeah, throw the fireball. I'll be fine.
Got it. Okay.
word of warning, maybe. She looks a little nervous. I think Cole like grips her hand.
Yeah, Cole's
Fire in the hole.
Like he doesn't say anything. He just you can see Cole's like a little like just like a thin smile, like all right, yeah.
And Bella, how have I know we have talked at length about shadow as a force in our teas before we started fighting together, and a little bit like as we've been traveling. But how have your studies been progressing? What powers have you been granted?
Oh, um, well, actually, honestly, I feel like what I've been getting more of is actually more of my, I guess, I mean, it's still shadow magic, but sorcery. It turns out a lot of those things I was relying on earlier were really from Gray. and now I'm sort of like getting more in touch with like things I used to be able to do, and it's a little bit less dependent on, but like I still have a lot of stuff that works better in the dark for sure. But yeah, I don't know. I think I've been a little less reliant on some of that
I hear Gray kind of speak
recently.
up in the back of your head, just going, it's interesting. I've always theorized that just in terms of just raw power, I think you would, with enough time and dedication, outpace me. And it's fascinating to see that come to fruition.
Hmm. How you feeling about that, Gray?
You don't hear that.
Is that threatening you at all?
Roll, Bella, roll insight.
Oh right, dice. The thing I probably should have thought to have before we started gaming this evening.
Ah, shame. Shame.
Your comment did actually point something out to me, and I've been looking at my sheet going, why is my perception so high when my wisdom is 0?
Yeah,
And
actually, I was wondering that same thing earlier.
I have a lot of words on this character sheet at this point. At level 13, paladins have so much shit, but I can't find anything that relates to perception, so I'm just lowering that back down to 5. I think that was a mistake.
Okay. So that seems more correct. But I mean, either way, nat 20.
Yeah.
Do you get something from your aura that makes you more perceptive?
I'm looking at that. No, nothing for perception. I looked at the alert feat. That's all about avoiding surprise. Nothing for the perception
only
skill.
because we just talked about where your wisdom and intelligence were.
Yeah,
and I was like,
literally like one sentence apart.
Yeah. Like, wait a minute there. Yeah.
I wouldn't believe you, but yeah, that seems a little high. Plus 30. Hold up.
I figured you had a thing for it, but yeah. But it did.
That's an overwhelming 9 for my insight check.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hard to read with like all the other conversation going on, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, because you're talking with everyone at the table. There's Bonbon off to the side being cute. The parents are shuffling around the kitchen, right? There's just a lot of stuff, so you're not really able to focus as hard on what he's saying. But yeah.
And Bella, when you shape, I know our powers are different, same result. What are you able to do? I know you are. I'm able to shape simple shadows, and she like makes like a potted plant, and then like goes like hologram like through it. Zzz, zzz. She's like, can you shape shadows? I know you shape darkness. Can you do anything else? It'd be fun.
That is a good question that will require Bella to think about that for a minute and not totally the player read her character sheet looking for tips. I actually can't remember. Can I shape shadows?
Yes.
You can. I can fill you with some time if you need to look that up.
It rhymes. It rhymes with Hadowshound. I think.
Well, mine is you mean Hound of Ill Omen is what I have. Yeah.
That rhymes.
I haven't used have I used that though?
Nope.
Yeah.
No, not yet.
Yeah.
But I think
Itzel is going to mention like moonbeam affects your guys' shadow, I guess. That might be an interesting game of flashlight tag.
I think that could be yes. I think it would pierce this the shadow. It would be easy to see where I am in the shadow. Just don't aim at the middle, I suppose. But she she says, but I do not think it would disrupt the shadow. I think any enemy is within it.
Not other than where it is like its specific beam.
Okay.
Because it is a very, it's a beam, not a. It's not diffuse light. It is quite harsh, if in its intent and execution.
I mean, I can't say that I've tried, but let me see if I can do something
Yes.
like that. And
Out of character, maybe we asked Bella's parents to leave before we had this conversation. I didn't think about that.
yeah, when you started
yeah.
talking about shaping for a second, I thought you were going to talk about like her ability to shapeshift, and I was going to be Ixnay on the Iftingshay.
No.
Well, or even we just mentioned gray in front of your parents. Is that
Unless
like,
we retcon it so we ask them to leave, but that's up to Bella. So
They would have, if you asked them, they would have given you some
yeah?
space.
I guess I just mean like if we did mention gray in front of her parents though, since like what's that gonna how they gonna be with the mention of the brother? Like, is that gonna because that might also have us some interesting clues in terms of their relative authenticity if we are.
Let me ask
Well,
this
my
question.
understanding from Gray is the idea is he basically like gave these like I just sort of was there all of a sudden with like almost like a false memory, and they have false memories of like a childhood that didn't happen.
Yeah, but like,
Let me
do
ask this
you
question.
still have memory of like? Didn't you even like before we unlocked some of it? Like, didn't you still, or no? Maybe not.
I didn't know Gray.
Like, Gray
I
is
didn't
your
know Gray
brother.
was my
Yeah.
brother. No.
Okay.
Hmm.
Huh.
So the question
like,
I have is: are you having this
the
conversation in
manufactured
front of?
parents?
Because I can give you answers here. And the question is: did you ask Bella? Did you ask your parents to leave prior to this, or like at this point? How do you want to do that?
I think she would not have thought about it. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. So, Itzel, when you kind of look over at Bella's parents, zero reaction to the name Gray. You can insight further if you'd like, but there's no
I
like
would.
audible gasp or anything like that.
I was
you know?
deciding which of the d20s that I have at the moment I want to use for that one. Like, do I want to use the Super Sparkles glitter? This is not showing up well on camera.
It's sparkly though.
There's different kinds of glitter on the inside, and it's just not showing up well in the like. I need like a mini flashlight directly on it, I think, and then like this guy's not going to show up as like the color. Sort of. There's like a translucent purple, and yeah, this is actually they're not like Odette. This is actually from the company that makes the like NASA font ones as well. This is one of the nebulas, but it has
Fancy.
very Odette vibes. Just saying.
make me think.
All right. Okay. Well, it just rolled me a nat 1, so it can go to hell. So
They love
nope.
it.
Just
Like,
breaking it in.
yeah, it's fine. I mean, that's a 10, but that's not. Yeah, because my insight is good. But
yeah, you look over and there's. You think you see something there, and you were actually interrupted by on the window.
Oh, okay. I look out the window.
There's a very large, very pretty hawk that has like flown to the window and like wrapped on it with its beak.
Am I able to tell if it's a real hawk or if it's something in the shape of a hawk?
Looks real.
Okay. Delightful.
You can moonbeam it.
I'm gonna open a a like section of the like one of the panes of the windows that like opens out, and you know what kind of hawk, DM? What kind of hawk?
It's a larger than usual like red-tailed hawk.
I was gonna say Valid is sipping his beer, just narrowing his eyes at the giant bird.
Kind of just swoops around once, comes in through the window that you opened, lands rather gracefully, and then shapeshifts. And in a couple of seconds, was a rather large, almost child-sized hawk, turns into Delan.
Child-sized hawk. Okay.
Quite big.
We were measuring things with children's skulls earlier.
That's true. Yes.
Anything but metric.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that was Madigan stuff, wasn't it?
So,
Yeah.
Just,
No.
yeah, the hawk is 9 bananas tall.
Dang.
That's a tall hawk.
That's a tall hawk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's a short child, right?
You're almost as big as me.
9. I mean, like, I actually feel like that might be a pretty big child. 9 minutes. Okay. Anyway. The.
Hold on, I need to get a banana.
Average length of
like between like 8 and 10
banana.
inches, right? So
Yeah,
like
it's easily half a washing machine.
Give us the true facts, fella.
if they're stacked end
On
to end,
average, a
that's-
banana is around 7 to 8 inches.
Yeah, so
That's what I would have said 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
It's like a quarter of a car for sure.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds like a respectable size.
It's way bigger than a quarter of a car. Where are you getting these numbers? All right.
72 inches. It's literally
The math
impossible to know
hurts
how many
me
feet
right
that
now.
is, but
6. Okay.
The cool thing is, as the DM, you can literally make up numbers. That is your job.
I just
This
want to point
hurts
out,
me.
based on
This
these
hurts
metrics
me.
and the fact that we said a banana is on average 7 to 8 inches long, and Andy quoted that this hawk was 8 to 9 bananas
9 minutes.
tall.
9
That
minutes.
means this hawk is anywhere from 4 feet 8 inches tall to a full 6 feet tall.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
That's a
just
big
want
bird.
that math to be reflected.
But that sounds like about again.
I
like
know.
you,
I was like, I did the math in my brain. I'm like, that's a 6 foot tall hawk, Andy. Okay.
Yeah, it's a big hawk.
but that's the normal. Like you look at the hawk
Child
and
size.
then you look
By
at the
child, we mean teenager of
Some
like,
of us are
above
definitely
average.
not children and have still not reached 6
Yes.
feet.
I'm like, I think
In
I'm
fact, I think
closer-
everybody on this stream can say they never reached 6 feet.
Lie.
And if you're measuring with a tape measure,
way to throw us down there. Appreciate that there, Rouge.
I think I'm
Put it out there.
closer
If
to.
anybody creates a meme.
In fact, I'm certain I am closer to the smaller end of this hawk size as adult me now
The
than
4
I am
foot
to
8
the top.
4
Yeah.
foot 8 inch hawk.
I am closer to that than I am to the full size potential. of the hawk. Okay.
I want to put this out there because I have the visual. I want anybody here with bare artistic or Mario Paint or MS Paint ability to put together a bunch of bananas and then a child looking at a hawk and all of them are the same. And the 6 foot child says, "You look about as big as me."
You see 9 banana wingspan.
And that's roughly half a car and half a washing machine. I believe was the
It
two
was
things.
a quarter of a car and a half of a washing machine, neither of which are even kind of close together.
All right,
or-
Listen, in a fantasy world, are you looking for realistic metrics here? Like, is that?
No, but like, I'm a little bit worried that you don't know how big a car is.
Well, it depends
For a
on the size
washing
of the
machine,
car.
it's a mill
Oh,
wheel.
washing
It's one of
machine.
the.
Yeah, like, have you ever
yeah.
seen a washing? Okay,
Have I
I
seen-
guess
no,
we
I've
know
never
who
seen a
does the
washing
laundry. Okay.
I don't do laundry. No, you
Yeah,
just
yeah. Nope,
No.
that one. All right,
What-
that's
what
how that
you-
chart rolls down.
no. You just take
anyway,
your clothes
like-
and every 2 weeks throw them out and buy new clothes.
Yeah, it is known. Yeah.
Mhm.
Late stage capitalism. Anyway, so like as the like hawk comes in, settles, and starts shifting, Itzel's gonna kind of like half grin and be like,
Mhm.
I knew you were in shape. Like
Knocks over a platter of 9 bananas, lands on the washing machine.
they're in exact order. Yeah.
Mhm.
Just lies down next to them for the sake of measurement.
Yeah.
Yeah. How tall are you in hawk form, Dylan? Oh well, let's find out. Bloop. Okay.
Chalk outline.
Like, hold on a second. Let's get our tape measure. It's like Mary Poppins. It doesn't actually measure in inches. It tells us that you're practically perfect in every way. It's fine. Yes, prone to mischief, untidy, etc.
Love it.
Yes.
That'd be a good item. For like a detect good and evil kind of thing. That's like tape measure, and it just tells you the disposition.
Yeah, it's like tape measure of insight. You find out
Mhm.
like personality traits from somebody by measuring how tall they are. Yep.
Yeah, that's going in the game. Yeah. So anyway, this hawk shows up.
Yep.
And then shifts back into Delon, right?
Yes.
Who looks around very apologetically and just says,
Oh, don't be apologetic. Your hawk is beautiful. Okay, sorry. Go on.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I didn't realize there would be so many people here.
Family brunch, kind of. Pancake?
Please, yes.
Yeah. Just gonna start making him a plate and like. Good to see you're doing well after the Lyra's night, and
That's actually valid, like burping up pancakes in the background.
Another flop.
That's right.
Uh,
With a stack of like 12 pancakes.
But
a stack of 12 pancakes, about an eighth of a washing machine. For those who
That's right. A banana and a half of pancakes.
good night, folks.
like the size of a standard nutcracker, or like a magpie that was born a little too late.
I'm gonna Photoshop the next battle grid to just have all bananas instead of lines.
just a grid of bananas.
5 feet worth of bananas per grid. And we'll make it a hex grid, so it's just truly terrifying.
That's right.
Holy shit. No, so Delon says, I wanted to thank all of you, and of course make sure everyone is doing well after what happened the other day. And Itzel, I wonder if there was a time we could talk maybe later.
Itzel's gonna kind of like look around, like now.
I just
now good?
if now works, I'd prefer it just be the two of us.
Bella says around a mouth of pancake.
These are good pancakes.
Anybody with a not negative insight can tell that like he's you can see he's like kind of turning red, a little red a bit, and is like just flushed.
There's
perhaps over. I know a very nice spot where we.
You're on mute, Joe, I think.
Is it? She interrupts and she goes, "There's a cafe right around the corner."
Run over here.
I actually and he like nods appreciatively towards Odette and says, "Perhaps there for a early dinner."
This is the council member?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the representative of the Emerald Enclave who turned into a bear and kicked the shit out of everybody.
But he's a ranger, not a druid, strangely enough. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We won't hold it against him too much. So dinner in metric time. How long ago? Yeah, that's fine. You mentioned wanting to talk before everything exploded, and we had to fight for our lives. Yes, that's cafe, the one northwest, 17 bananas or so that way.
Yeah, it has the big sign that says cafe on it.
Oh, okay. And yeah, that let's.
Okay. 5 o'clock. I'll see you there.
As the banana flies, yes.
Like,
No.
he nods and like finishes up his pancake and just
Yeah.
says, "Sorry for disturbing your brunch. I'm again happy
Oh,
to
not
see
at
you're
all.
all doing well."
We were merely talking about not stepping inside of moonbeams and things. Yeah, 5. See you at 5.
And he like awkwardly backs out towards the window and then like shapes just again and flies out.
What a beautiful bird.
He does make a good.
It was quite a handsome bird.
He's a
Very
handsome bear too.
Fine plumage. Healthy fur coat.
Fur coat.
Alan slams down his beer. So you got a date. Good job.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right. And she's gonna kind of because we were in for obviously for the party, we were all like, dressed to the nines,
Dolled up, yeah.
and that I'm like, the sadness of the night only eclipsed by the terror of how much it ruined that beautiful dress that she found. But she's gonna kind of like look at the like rough spun and leather and stuff that she's wearing, and she's gonna be like, "This is fine, right?" Like move like a smudge of syrup, like of the like.
Odette looks at Bella and she's like, "We must do."
Don't look at me. I own one outfit.
Okay.
I mean, I like
Alright.
like rocks. Should I wear a lot of the shiny rocks?
No.
Can I cast Master Restoration on the dress?
I have an idea.
Yes.
Why don't you wear my hat of disguise? You can wear the exact same dress that you wore yesterday. Or something.
I mean, that's a little
maybe
much
less
for
traumatic. Yes.
Yeah.
You can wear anything you want.
Probably not bearskin. I'm gonna. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna.
That's
have
like
to,
2 entendres.
Yeah. Okay.
Just gonna hit the phrasing button.
Just wear my hat. You don't even have to put on makeup. It just kind of does it for you. So.
Yeah. Like, I mean, yes, I have all of my like ritual paints and like my Metzley had way more of the like nicer, like she was always better at making it look like the actual color that you wanted it to get to, as opposed to like something kind of close that, like I can paint my face. That is a thing that I know how to do.
Interesting that you say that because Metzley's stuff is still here.
Like, oh no, she was already gonna borrow it. That's the implication here.
Oh sure.
It's like we're gonna yes. Like Metzley definitely has the like stuff that's actually in the color it's supposed to be, and it's not gonna like weirdly oxidize when you put it on. So, like yes, like Metzley definitely has like something that's made from like ground bougainvillea that's gonna make it look like yes, we're gonna go with her stuff. She'll forgive me later, probably. Yes. Okay. What else do we have to do to like
Well,
I mean, I know we have to think about our next step is kind of the Shar and how we choose to get there. But
Also, what did you guys do while I was lying in bed?
oh,
There's a lot.
Quite a bit. And Chantel, may she rot wherever she is right now.
Did you put her down?
I did not.
we wouldn't have left you out.
And Valen, I see you, and I saw you. You gave me a chance. You could have taken her down. I know that for a fact, but you did not. I regret that I did not, knowing what I know now. And like she takes out a music box and like she opens it and like kind of plays this really lovely kind of rendition of um, from uh, from dawn till dusk, or dawn to twilight. I forget what we decided it was.
Dawn to Twilight, I believe.
Yeah, and it's like she's kind of hummed it to you, or she's explained it to you. It's what played in Loch de Lune, like her kind of like her masterpiece, a ballet that she directed and starred in. But she says, my mentor, the one that Chantel killed, he crafted this specifically for me, and
I did not know
Chantel,
that.
neither did I. But Chantel stole not only his life, but imprisoned his spirit inside of this. We have tried to contact Miss Silverhand so she will know about these crimes, because she wanted to know everything that Chantel did and what we thought she deserved. This is bad. There may be a way to release him safely, but he does wish to. He feels like his work has not been done. He feels regret, and I do not, from my understanding, I do not think that he wishes to be simply sent to the afterlife
You were able to communicate with him.
at a cost. And she like pats the Book of Shadows and she says, "It ate one of my memories." Thankfully, and then she's just like she thinks for a second, and like her eyes get glassy, and then she like whips through the book, and she says, "I'd forgotten what I put in here," and she reads off like a note. It's basically the first time that she and Chantel met, and which she thought was appropriate. She's like, "Ah, yes, the first time that Chantel and I met."
It's interesting because as you read the memory, it's like viewing it like reading an editorial about like a news article about something that happened to someone else. And you're like, huh. Like a lot of the emotional connection to that is kind of gone. And as you like look up from the page, like you can't remember what you just read. You just kind of like you have to keep refreshing your mind every time to like look back down on what you're talking about. Bella, while I have this conversation, you feel kind of like a nudge in your side, um, which it's mostly just Gray being like a little elbow, like just saying, it's not hard to make people.
We're not going to start making people.
I mean, you're not going to start making people.
Well, you can't exactly
Start.
How do you even manage to do things without me? You don't have a body.
You just like feel him scowl, and he's like, "I'm resourceful."
Wait, no, how did you manage to like build your whole like facility without me? You don't have a body.
He pauses for a second.
Thralls.
He says, "I borrowed resources.
What kind of resources?
Ones that could build facilities."
Damn it, was I right? Gray.
And what happened to the resources after you built your facility?
They went on to live their lives.
We are going to have to get you into like an ethics class or something.
Sorry, was I supposed to just sit and wait for stuff to happen?
You don't create slave labor.
Not slave labor. They were compensated for their efforts. Compensated for the time.
Were they given a choice, or did you just possess them and then compensate them after the fact?
Things needed to happen.
That's not an answer. Which I think is an answer in and of itself.
Yeah. Like I said, my power comes from putting in work. Yours, as far as I can assess, has no limit, and that's fascinating to see where that goes. You won't be as reliant on others, and that's good.
There is a little bit of an irony in not being reliant on others when you had to possess others to do your work for you, sir.
Huh?
Oh,
Oh yeah, but Bella won't have to. Bella can do other cool shit.
sorry. I know Greg can't hear me and I can't
Yeah.
hear what he's saying. I'm just, yes.
But anyway, and he just kind of muses over the conversation between Fallon and Odette. Just,
So we're having some mic
yeah.
issues. Does somebody have like a fan on that's hitting their mic?
Oh, I might. Hold on.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Sorry.
I was wondering why I was so
Yeah,
quiet. I was
we're
like,
good.
what's everyone listening to? Okay. Yeah. Odette, what were we saying?
She was reliving traumatic memories and then not remembering certain memories. So she says General Kazun Azulana is in this box, but there may be a way to get him out. There may be a way to release his soul. And maybe, is it Laurel or Laurel? How do you say it? Silverhand.
Ladriel.
Ladru? Okay.
Ladriel. It's Lady
Um,
Silverhand, but Ladriel
Lady
Silverhand.
Silverhand.
Yeah.
Lady Silverhand may be able to help with that. And there are the parents here still?
At this point, yeah.
Uh, she says
We have never asked them to leave, so
Yeah.
well, they're just getting a face full of just how dangerous things are, or nearful. She says Bella has an associate that might be able to help. And this associate has accused me of terrible things that are not true. So I think I may be opting to not take that path. And we will find a better way. No offense, Bella, but some of your associates are, they are very, very smart, but sometimes genius has a way of getting in the way of itself. And there's no reflection on you, my dear. You're beautiful.
honestly, I feel like all of us have some contacts who are very good at what they do, but their ethics are questionable.
Culturally specific. Yeah.
Oh my God, is mine Chantel? She says, I apologize. And so that is that. I would like to get a sword. Maybe you could help me pick one out that is good, Valen, if you know stuff about swords.
I would love to go sword shopping.
That seems like his department, I'm gonna be honest. I'm happy to tag along because I probably should have something better than a basically nothing. I don't really have anything if I don't have spells. Let's be honest.
Oh, and that is the other thing where I wanted to go with the battle tactics. We need to find a way to compensate for whatever we feel like we are lacking. I mean, obviously, healing potions might make things easier. If we got, I don't know how Bella, you feel about that. You have a wand or staff or something, and
Oh, I have a rod.
oh, yep, perfect. We could get you a better one. Maybe Itzel. What do you feel your pick your poison?
Hmm. Something to. My sickle is just kind of what I've been carrying for. Um, not particularly attached to it. Um, but I don't tend to use it like very often. I mean, I've got the staff, so if I do have to hit something, I kind of just bonk. Um, but some some other things to wear or hold might be nice. Um, the I do like my stones and my shiny things, and um, that could be. I mean, I have my cloak is lovely, but the rest is kind of what I started out with. Except I did get these socks when I first got here, and she's gonna like pull up like the pant leg of what she's wearing, and they're gonna be these like ridiculously colorful like woolen socks that you like get from like like look like somebody should be like going skiing in them or whatever. And she's like, I thought these were amazing.
Perfect.
Yes.
They're beautiful, so scandalous in front of people's parents. Oh my! Showing off your socks.
She's gonna have like legitimate like her face is gonna be like, what? Like that's not. At least like cultures, you're like there's socks.
No.
Does your culture have a thing about feet?
Oh no, not at all. And like she's like, I am wearing very sheer stockings. I am making fun of you. So
Hmm.
I have a slit that goes up the side of my dress. So you're doing fine.
Yeah.
But since you mentioned healing potions, actually, I want to go talk to Father Stone. Uh, I've been brewing beer for a long time, but I have some ideas that maybe I could bless this beer, and it could do some stuff for me. So I want to go talk to Father Stone and see what I can work out.
That sounds good. So what?
Cheers. Yes.
Yes, but and I suppose lastly, Itzel has been in contact with her sister.
um.
Oh,
Well.
I thought maybe I was hoping that's who the bird was.
She is gonna get like a moment of sadness with that. The. So, I'm. So Metzley, it looks like we would be able to get in contact with her more consistently if we were at a place in which the line between the realms is not as robust. So the opportunities that we've had to talk to her just a little so far have been um, somewhat somewhat improvised, and she must have been trying very hard to make sure that she was uh, able to get in touch, and like reflective surfaces of water and people who are halfway between consciousness. And I'm sure that must have been a very interesting experience for that guy in the alley. Anyway, it was a funeral procession, and but yes. So in order, she's extant, but not coming back on her own. So in order to either talk to or get her back, we have to find a place where that is easier. I thought of Lady Alora's realm, but that's not our only, I suppose, option as we head towards the Shar. Um,
Well, what about the those two schmucks who brought us back from the dead?
the
Dusty and Sunshine.
Sunshine?
Yeah. Wasn't their office had a viewing portal thing, right?
Oh, we may have abused that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they might still be mad about that.
Well,
So did it seem like they're like, oh yeah, no, we'll just go outside and whatever happens happens, but like we're definitely gonna have consequences for it?
We never check back with them.
Yeah.
Correct. So when you went down with that, Sunshine, your happy little inevitable friend, was like, nope, under no circumstances are you allowed to do this. It breaks the rules. And Dusty, your celestial stardust elemental friend, was like, absolutely, they won't do that. Wink. By the way, Sunshine, let me talk to you outside real quick. So it seems like he kind of gave you an opportunity to do that, but it also was
They
made
might be
clear
officially mad.
in no uncertain terms,
Not to get caught.
not to get caught, and that you weren't supposed to be doing it.
And I think we came real close to getting caught.
There were some bad rolls that have yet to unfold from that. There were a couple. I think there's a nat one. I'll just have to check my notes, but there was some stuff that was to be potentially problematic. But can't hurt to check back. I haven't heard from him for a bit.
that is a possibility. I had not. It feels like it's been so long since we've really seen them, you know?
It's been a couple of days, yeah.
It's just only hours.
Oh, God.
Perhaps
All right.
our business partner, the Raksasha, might have some insight into some of our problems. But just to clarify, your sister has the lantern that would help us navigate the Shadowfell, or just navigate in general.
It doesn't seem to be working great for her.
This is strange, no? Itzel?
I don't think it's not reliable, and I would like to get her on the other side. Like, even if we. Plus, she's oh God, what is the thing that she's in possession of that I'm losing my mind? She has the guide for us, like the lantern when that like during combat, like she's the one that had that when she blinked away, like.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. She has that, but it's not working for her.
No, or if it is, it's working for her to get to the places where she can talk. But I would assume that maybe that means she can meet us at the place we can pull her through, but only if we can talk to her in the meantime.
It's been a minute, so Valen, if you recall, there was a moment where after the fight in Neverwinter in the Church of Tempest, Father Stone explained why they sealed the lantern away. They said it was a very powerful dark artifact, and while it could be used to navigate the Shadow Realm, the Shadowfell, they had deemed it too dangerous to utilize because of unpredictable side effects, right? And had then sealed it away instead because they were afraid of what would happen if they destroyed it.
Gotcha.
Something artifact of another plane on a different plane being destroyed could have ripples, right? Could be very dangerous. But I mean, it is incredibly powerful. So the question I have for everyone else is, what's next?
Well, we wanted to get to the Shar.
Oui.
Do you want to stop through Lady Alara's realm and ask her By the by, as we're passing through, can you help us pull our friend back from the brink?
Lady Alora would do anything for me. I am her favorite, and she is mine. But don't tell my parents that. And she would definitely do that. And she's like, she could probably create another bonbon for us if we truly wanted to.
What
I
was
mean,
that place?
Hold on.
Why? What's wrong with the current bonbon?
Itzel's going
only
to like
one
gently put
of
her
me.
hands over Bonbon's ears. Yeah.
I already heard it. It's too late. No,
Oh.
look.
It would. I've seen it before. She's had many iterations. So she's like, and all of them more adorable than the last. She like plays with his ears, her ears.
Bonbon just like glares at Odette and like huffs her trunk out a little bit.
What was the door that Gruff and I found in Lady Alora's realm? That was like went to the Dark Elf Kingdom or the Shadowfell, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So
is it like I think
it's been a minute as well. I can clarify that one. So the door was a direct entrance to the Shadowfell, but it walked specifically into the Raven Queen's domain.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But it was still a door between dimensions.
Correct. You could open it up, but it's the difference between like, oh, this is a door that walks me directly into Ravenloft versus, oh, this is a door that walks me directly into Castle Strahd. One could be substantially more dangerous than the other.
Fair.
Right. The Raven Queen could be interested in bargaining or could be very mad that you're just showing up in her domain uninvited.
Yeah. If my closet door just opened and somebody walked out, I'd be a little mad, yeah.
Right.
Depends on the somebody.
So
Santa.
Slip a
Oh,
note.
sorry.
Slip a note in. I don't know.
Slip a note under the door.
Yeah.
That's how.
I mean, yes, like we could absolutely send a message, but
do you want to hang out? Circle. Yes. No.
That's how Lady Alora was.
It just has ravens on it.
What does this mean? No, that's how Lady Alora was stockpiling in Carnum. Was that every time someone would pass through the Undying Realms into the Shadowfell, it would be through that entrance if they were like taken by the Raven Queen or one of her avatars. Effectively, she would take bits of Incarnum from that transaction.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Got the idea from Office Space.
You mean Superman 2? 3.
Also yes.
Is that a possibility? I would love to see my undying ancestor even just one more time.
But I mean, the other option was just to walk down the street to the summoning to the teleporting circle.
yes.
And to me, they're basically the same thing. So if stopping at Lady Alora's helps us find Metzley.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do we want to go to Calimport? Like the.
Oh, if you go to Calimport, you can stay at our house.
I feel like Calimport is somewhere we want to go, but if we teleport to the Shar, we can stop by Calimport on the way back because we'll need to go to a teleport circle to go to the next place.
Bella's parents actually speak up because they're like, we do have a home in Calimport.
Yeah, we learned that last time.
And you can stay there if you needed a place.
Oh, thank you.
And doesn't
and just so you know, all the
that will be weird for Bella at all.
Question:
Nope.
Are all of the teleport circles here shut down?
Yes. The Arcane Tower can grant exceptions, but they're currently closed.
Oh, for any reason?
The
Council was just attacked by terrorists?
Pretty much. Like the fact that most high level.
I forgot that we discussed that in more detail last session when you were not here. We started talking about our travel plans, and then we're like, oh, no one's allowed to use them right now. They are just turned off.
To be fair, we're not no one. I mean,
true.
So the two interesting points that came out of last session to catch you up. One, the teleportation circle. Since most major demons can teleport,
major demons.
major demons. Like, and of course, big scary wizards. If they're your bad guy enemy, the council was like, no, we're not taking this chance. Right. So basically, they shut everything down, said you can't teleport into the city. That's part of why the lantern move was so effective, because that wasn't a teleport, that was a plane shift, right? Because you're coming from another plane, which that's much harder to stop.
Maybe.
The second piece that was discussed is that everyone is entitled to basically a boon from the council sometimes. You can ask for one like crazy favor, right? And of course, there's like what's in the DMG to be like, oh, I want this item, or like I want land and titles, or stuff like that. But you could ask for more like specific things that usually a high level character of influence would probably laugh off. But in this case, like they owe you, so they'd be more than happy to try to make something work. But that's like your one. Like we'll waive the resources on this to get you this thing, and then we're square.
Wasn't there a necklace of fireballs that Bella had her eye on?
I would think bigger, but yes, you could definitely get one of those.
Well, okay, so of the like things that have to happen coming up, at least in the like definite immediacy, before we leave Waterdeep, Valen is going to talk about brewing shit, and Odette and possibly Bella are going to go shopping / to a weaponsmith, which I wouldn't necessarily mind being a part of, but you guys could also do that while I'm meeting with Dylan. And what else do we need to do before we scatter?
We need to speak to Lady Silverhand to see, first off, to report the extent to which Chantel is just terrible. And
where is Chantel now? We had her under arrest, and you said something about wherever she may be, which made me uncomfortable.
I am not sure where. Did she tell us where she's being held?
They said they were going to put her in some sort of like detention facility holding.
Okay, so she's still being held.
They were not clear about where. But they were asking you, like Lady Silverhand was asking, like, hey, tell me a bit about her. That way, it's like, oh, do we just put you in like a Skyrim cell where you can pick the lock, or do we put you in like an anti-magic vault? You know.
Yeah. She's a fast bitch. First off,
made a deal with the devil.
You took her shoes.
So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
A little less fast now.
That's true. A little less fast. She's like, we should go over. I did take all of her things, and we do have her car or our car, and go through all of our things and see. I have some rings I simply do not wear, and they may be useful to others. I took her shoes. They do make you a lot faster.
Nice. Are they comfortable?
They resize. You might want to try them on. It requires a little bit of dancing, though.
No, I don't think they fit the armor well.
Oh, well, you'd be surprised. So I will wait to hear from Miss Silverhand.
Do you want to do something with her before we leave?
At least report what I've learned, and ask her if she has a means of helping General Kozan Azulana out of his situation. He feels like his mentorship has failed, and he said very mysteriously when I asked him if he wanted to be free that mentors do not abandon their mentees.
So if we kill her, he's not have that problem anymore.
I'm sorry, kill? Well, he's dead. She says uncomfortably. But
Her. No, if we kill her,
oh,
then he doesn't have to worry about mentoring her anymore.
oh, no. I was there first, so he. But I see what you mean. Um, that is the only thing that I. Yeah, that's the only thing hanging over my head. But I can leave a letter. She can get back.
I was gonna say, and we can go on the shopping spree, and I can take my time at the temple, and when we finish everything, we revisit this question.
Seems like that would take the most time. See, yeah, we.
Cool.
Cool. All right, so I believe Valen, Odette, and Bella are going to town to go find some swords. And Itzel, I assume you're going with to also weapon shop or find clothes for the evening or what have you.
Sure. Yeah, no, I'm like, I want to go along with just to like, yeah, that would be, she'd want to go. And then, yeah, like if we find something, I don't know. Okay. Purdy, that's beside the point, but yes.
I'm just imagining how excited Odette was to go clothes shopping for the ball, is how excited Valen is to show you all different kinds of swords. And this is a falchion? And this is a rapier?
I appreciate that. All right, so, yeah, as you're heading downtown, Itzel, remind me what your cloak. You know what? I can look this up. Actually, you have the.
It's got a bunch of elemental stuff going on.
Different item.
Yeah, some of which. Yes.
That would not apply here. I answered my own question. Okay. As you're walking through town on your way to a wonderful sword shop called Swords Authority, right? Right. So happy I got a laugh out of that. Just slip that one in there, see if anybody would laugh. Yeah, I got one. That's good. Made it worth it.
Sometimes you perform for an audience of one.
Hey, you know what? I'll take it. So you like I say, head to the town, and
hello,
Bella. The guys all kind of walking, talking, joking, right? Doing whatever it is you're doing to pass the time. It's like a 10-minute walk. You feel for a second like someone bumps into you, right? It's kind of a crowded street area, but like no one's that close. Almost like you got shoulder checked walking down the city of.
Gonna immediately just sort of pat down to make sure I'm not missing anything.
Yeah, you do a quick pat down. You don't feel you missed anything as you kind of hit one of your pockets. Because it's a fantasy world, and you have pockets for all your clothes.
Of course. If what is the point of being able to imagine literally anything if we cannot imagine a world where women get pockets, functional pockets in their clothing?
I mean,
let's not go crazy, okay? I mean,
so no, the way around it, like historically, was that you had like slits in the clothes that went over, and the pocket just stayed with you no matter what you were wearing.
It was like a pouch on the inside.
Yeah, it's like a pouch underneath with the like. So your
clothes
didn't need pockets in them; they had a pocket.
I have some garb that is like actually like the more historically based, like has that function. Yeah.
There's also like those big like those big sleeves, and like, you know, don't you have like there's a whole pouch in there? No,
I don't think that was like standard by any matter, but like I'm sure people had it.
Yeah, might be more of a Ren Fair thing now,
or like, you know, shove a couple of aces. Yeah.
Also, like you can always just like stitch your coins into your, you know, garments. It's super easy. It's a great way to keep them on there.
It's true. But Bella, nothing is missing from your person. As you reach into one of your pockets, you actually find a folded up piece of paper that was not there previously.
I am going to look at the paper.
The reverse pickpocket.
As you unfold it, all it has is a time. It's 10 p.m. And a location in the city. As you kind of look at the map of Waterdeep, you'd realize that this is kind of like downtown, but in a slightly more off the beaten path downtown area.
I mean, if it doesn't say come alone, I'm immediately going to inform my compatriots.
This is absolutely a trap. Let's go.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, we have some time. We just have to
Yeah.
run.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Do we know what's there? Like those of us that, traveled through different cities to get to, like, would we have any understanding of like what that area or like what it's probably referring to? Like,
Yeah, knowledge history check.
sure. Let's do it.
I'm gonna do it.
Valen is a country boy.
16.
Ooh, yay. Yeah,
Five.
23. 23.
Good roll. Let's see what Bella got.
Oh, I wasn't necessarily gonna roll because I wasn't sure if I like really qualify as traveled. But sorry, which stat is it against again?
Knowledge
It's
history.
History. Okay. Well, I got a 16, so
Okay.
not the high person in the group, but
Well, but
I
what's
know
your
my way around.
But what's your
Yeah.
modifier on history?
No, that's with the modifier.
Oh, okay, never mind. Okay.
That's with it. That's with it already built in. I've got a good modifier, don't get me wrong, but that's
Yeah.
with it built in.
Well, I got a 16 flat, which is why I was asking, but I didn't realize you
I got
already
16
added it.
total.
Sorry, I
16
misunderstood.
I like
Nope,
the
nope.
flex.
We're good.
Good flex. Yeah, you kind of put your heads together and you realize like it's a downtown area where there's a lot of like bars and nighttime activity.
Hey.
It's not.
Is this a trap or a date?
It's not. Be both.
Porque no los dos.
Okay. They're trying to trap me into a date.
Not like a notoriously dangerous part of the city, but
Okay.
it's definitely less safe after dark, right? There come with bars and gambling and other stuff comes just petty crime, right?
Yay.
Yeah. So it's a happening area. They're meeting you in a place where at least you're not necessarily going to be.
You don't fit in the dice tray. She's like, well, I sit.
The meowing protest.
The yeah, like, but by the same token, there's enough activity there that it wouldn't be terribly difficult to like in plain sight talk to someone with a shrouded conversation because everyone's got their own business that they're paying attention to. So I guess the question is what side do you wear the what's it called? The flower on?
Not sure. Are you going to go, Bella? You can always choose
Sit
not to.
still.
I mean, I guess if they were able to slip this in my pocket that easily, I feel like there's really no avoid. Like this person could have done something a lot worse.
Oh, don't think like that. But I
So I can only assume that by going, I'll get information, and by not going, I'll have to wonder what I'm even looking for and like trying to keep an eye out for to avoid. So
It's a very philosophical answer to this.
And if we don't like what they have to say, we have weapons.
Well, they don't say I have to go alone, so of course I'm kind of figuring I should go with you guys because I'm, you know, only so good in if it is a fight that they're looking for.
But it's set at like 11 p.m. and it's like lunchtime, right?
10 p.m.
10 p.m.
So don't worry, Itzel. You totally have time for your date.
Oh, thank
And
you.
if it runs late, don't worry. Odette Valen and I can handle this.
Yeah, we'll be fine. We'll see you in the morning.
But I want to go to the Rumble.
Oh, you will.
You've got your own
Different
rumble to
rumble.
get to.
Crazy button.
It's the Druid and the Ranger. It is a rumble in the jungle.
Ooh.
Buying sword, you say? All right.
So, okay. So, illustrious DM, I have a question on if I was looking to gain proficiency in a weapon that I do not have proficiency in.
What weapon?
A rapier.
Who could teach you that? If only there was
Because
someone in the party.
Eden, I think when she was creating my character, gave me one, but I'm like looking through everything. I'm like, there's no reason to think I would be able to use this. And I get why she would give it to me because rapiers are finesse weapons, which means I can use my dexterity modifier instead of my strength modifier, because that's a real big reason why I just don't really have any melee weapons because they're fucking useless for me. So I get why a rapier would be the ideal melee weapon for my character, but I've been looking through and I'm like, oh, you need like a feat or something for it. And I'm like, what are the chances I'm going to find a feat for a rapier?
I mean, you can have a feat for it if you like knew somebody who is like gracefully nimble with like a bunch of finesse, who could use some sort of like elegant, almost dance like fighting.
Where could I find such a person? All right, we can have a whole bit of I'm going to start admiring rapiers when we get the shop. If you want to offer you my
footwork
mentor.
is important for those.
It is. The question,
It's fancy,
however, is
I hear.
do you want to be in melee?
I want to have the option if it arises. Right now, literally the only thing I have if I get in melee range is that I can do shillelagh, like the spell. That's literally all I've ever done anytime I've gotten in melee range and had to melee someone. Yeah. So I'd like a backup non-magic option just in case.
Sure. Yeah, and shillelagh doesn't really. We're 13th level, and shillelagh doesn't.
It was okay in the beginning, but we've moved past shillelagh. Yeah, let's be honest.
I am an archmage. I cast shillelagh. I want my bog stick.
Yeah, because like looking through, it's like, yeah, I've also got like a short bow, but obviously that's why would I bother with a short bow if I could be slinging spells? Like,
yeah, no, Odette can totally.
What do you want?
And I think that's doable through downtime. Mm-hmm. Although I don't know how much of that. We've only been doing this 9 days. So
the in-game canonical timeline is 10 days.
So nearly.
I mean, I did have a training montage with the dance crew in Alora's realm.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
It was good.
Let's do this.
Rouge was not there. Bella was not there. She was dead at the time.
Sounds right. Let's take a 10-minute break here. Think about the sword stuff that you want to grab when we go to Swords Authority, and see, it's getting laughs now. There it is. Just let it sink in. Gotta let it marinate, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll take 10. We'll get some swords, and we'll go on a date, and then we'll go to the not trap.
The danger date.
Danger date. I like that. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in like 10 minutes. See you shortly.
Where are you going?
I saw it last night.
The movie?
I liked it.
We saw it at the drive-in. It was great.
No spoilers.
Oh, that would have been fun.
It was.
No, I very much enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. I had I'm Just Ken stuck in my head for hours. Original song by Ryan Gosling.
Oh, very fun.
Oh, hey. Okay.
It's him singing, and he wrote it.
Yeah. No, it definitely. It's like you could tell it was him singing, but
That was his song.
the
No,
writing is awesome.
glorious.
Good for
I think
him.
that was
Yeah.
fantastic.
He's Kenough.
He is Ken.
No spoilers.
I'm just
No,
Ken, and
I'm
I'm
not.
enough, and I'm great at doing stuff.
Yeah. I like what he tweeted this like months ago, but he was like basically crushing trying to like ixnay all of the people who are like, oh, I love Ken, and he's like, bullshit. No one cared about Ken. No one cared about Ken until now. Now you all care about Ken, and that's only because like,
Don't try to pretend. Don't be like, oh, I've always been a fan. No, you haven't.
No,
Yep.
you get out. That hipster nonsense leaves right now. I was
Well,
playing with
or
them.
the other side of things, right? Like the conservative, crunchy, like y'all care an awful lot about dolls now.
I mean, I'm just saying, minor spoiler, Magic Earring Ken is in the movie. And Magic Earring Ken, if you were born in the 80s, is hilarious.
It is. I forgot that was a thing, although I remember Midge and Skipper.
Yes, Midge and Skipper. Yeah, like
The only redheads, I think. Right?
Yeah. So FYI, I'm drinking a rye and mezcal old fashioned that is delicious. I'm trying out orange. Oh, it looks good in the camera. Making orange twists with my old fashioned, which is really good. I need to learn how to do the to flame an orange peel, which looks really cool on YouTube. You express the oil by pinching it with like racing forward. You run a match under it, and it goes poof, and then you drop it in the drink. It's very impressive looking. I can't do it.
That's funny.
Yeah, that sounds cool. But when you learn to do it, just do it on stream.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And the green screen eats all of it, so
That's right. Yeah. I can't do that again. Damn it.
Like Bonbon and Dreams, just nom nom
just
nom.
gonna have to make another drink. So
So, what kind of swords do y'all want to buy?
So we're going to the sword market.
To answer the question you had earlier, Chantel's dagger was basically like a kunai style,
right.
or sorry, curved bladed dagger,
Kukri, yeah.
style dagger with some magical components if you wanted to play with that. But otherwise, welcome to Swords Authority.
So I was absolutely thinking that Odette looks like a rapier kind of person. You got the footwork, and it's all about finesse and speed, and I think that would work great for you.
I'm thinking about that too.
You can get the fancy frilly hilts, baskets.
That's true. I'm thinking a little longer.
And she like starts like wandering over to like the long swords and like hand and a halves, and then like I think she tries to pick up like a Zweihander, and it just goes
Wank.
it's like
As
basically she's like the balance is in like is drugged forward. Almost
drop
like the sword had more control over her than she had.
Val just takes it with one hand. I'm just gonna put that back.
one of the guys works there, just like goes, "Those are for display only, unless you're gonna purchase." Just FYI.
Thank you.
She starts going. She's like
The knowledge that I gained from the book has allowed me to use quite a few of these.
and she does kind of like hover around like the long swords, and she's just like, it seems like she's pretty skilled. It might be a little too heavy for her in like one hand, so like I'm imagining like, here, let me help you.
You got the natural talent. We just need some practice.
I see. And then like she's like,
This feels all right. Sir, do you have this in an enchanted style?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You see a dude who literally is just like built of just like wiry thin muscle. He's easily 14 bananas tall, right? Like he's a tall kind of limber, but like very like clearly lean muscled individual. and kind of arms crossed.
A
Just
Wesley, if you will.
Yeah, very much so.
Mm.
This little name tag says Blade on it, right? And says, yeah. So everything out on the stock floor is basically just, it's stock, right? If you find something you like, and you want to kind of up the ante on it, we do some in-house crafting on it. Depending on how elaborate you want to get, could take, maybe a day or so to get it tuned in. But we can really make some neat stuff. What are you in the market for?
Just something that hits a little bit better than I do.
Hmm.
Uh, and she says so like a general enchantment is fine. Um, Making it easier to actually thwack the thing that I want to thwack would be lovely.
I mean, if you're interested in longswords, we could take that one right there, soup it up, so we basically hone in a permanent enchantment on it. It basically keeps it sharp, keeps it well maintained. It makes it a little more aerodynamic, a little lighter, right? So that way, as you're using it, you got a little more force behind the actual swing, and you don't have to worry too much about shipping, and like maintenance to that extent,
Oh,
right?
that
Pretty good deal. A little more
that
expensive, but honestly, solid bargain, I think.
that would be lovely. I have a question for sword nerds. Is there anything that would essentially be effectively a longsword, but is in between like a rapier and a longsword? Has like the length of it, but the build of one, like a rapier? I'm trying to think of what that is.
So you want like
Is like
a
an
longer sword that's like skinnier, slighter, like a rapier? Or
yeah. Am I
yeah, how do you
thinking?
mean build?
I'm thinking. I'm actually. I might be thinking of. I don't think they have
An
it.
épée is the longest and heaviest version of a rapier.
Yeah.
Maybe
It's the
an
longest and heaviest fencing sword.
Yeah.
fencing sword. Yeah, I'll look up. Maybe I think I used one of those in Elden Ring.
Yeah, well, yeah, epee, yeah, is a whole style of fencing in its own.
Épée!
Yeah. Um,
Isn't it just French for sword?
I don't know, maybe that doesn't I might be losing my mind, but I don't know. My French is bad, to be fair. Um,
Yeah, that some of these look pretty cool. Aside from like the basic foil fencing, there are a couple of like kind of interesting things I'm seeing on the internet. So maybe Valen kind of like guides her toward. He's like, well, what if there's like a? I guess I'll leave it to you. So
Yes.
maybe it's like old
It's the
French.
you want it to be the height up to your armpit is the whole the goal of the sword. So the taller you are, the taller the sword will be and be able to move it around well.
Yeah, which is why you want to be 9 feet to 12 feet tall.
Yes. The farther away the guy is, the better for you.
Yeah. Thanks, Blade. Yeah.
Odette is like a full 5 foot. So
So longer than that is going to be very awkward for you to wield.
Mhm. Um,
Yeah. Like
Yeah, if you want something like that, we can easily, enchant it up, get it out to you tomorrow.
Mhm.
Basic would be about 500 gold. If you want to do something a little more elaborate,
So that would just be like a
1,000
rapier
plus.
+1.
Yeah.
got it.
So
What,
something
like
little,
a +2?
Yeah.
it'll take a little more time, a little more elaborate, but we can build that for sure.
Yeah. So I think I'm going for like longsword stats. And
Aren't rapier and longsword the same thing? Same stats?
it is, but one you can use
Yeah.
in both hands. And
Yeah.
like
One versatile means you can use it two-handed, and it does more damage.
Mhm.
Yeah.
yeah. So that's what I'm looking for.
Okay.
So maybe like the S stock is, or I'm sorry, not the S stock, but the FA. We'll just
The
call it
épée.
a long sword, but it looks like an S stock, or I'm sorry,
Yeah.
an FA then.
It's a slightly heavier rapier so that you could use two hands and just swing away at people.
And be all versatile with it. So yeah, she's like, how much would the a couple more days be for a weapon like that?
A couple what?
Oh, it like for like the +2 basically.
Oh, +2? That'll put you closer to like 2,000.
I was gonna say add a 0, yeah.
Right.
She
Now,
kind of like.
and
Good. yeah, she says maybe we just keep this basic. And she says, Valen, I love you. Uh, um, uh, and Bella, I love you. Itzel, I love you. And she like takes out like the uh,
Party stash of
javelin that
gold.
I have. Yeah, the javelin that I have. And she's like,
Oh, the
would it?
lightning javelin.
She says,
Ah,
would it be? Would any of you like to use this? I have magic at my disposal, and it can only really be used once until the next day. I was thinking I'm a little low on money because of the gifts that, well, the engagement necklace, I guess,
Necklace.
my fiance, she like
Hey,
wrapped her head around that. She says, I do have 100 gold. I was thinking of selling this,
yeah,
unless,
if you want to use that as a trade-in for a newer model, that has been your javelin. That is completely up to you, and I'm okay with that.
unless any of you truly need this.
like it's not like I can throw javelins, but I don't like my range stuff is the spell, like the radiant arrows, and like that's yeah.
Okay.
Um,
She
I
says,
do not. I don't mind.
okay. She says, she like, it's taller than her probably. She goes, thunk.
Thump.
And she says, how much for this? And she
Honestly,
like goes like this and like uses prestidigitation and like cleans it. So,
Mm,
let's see.
and she will say, this has been found, and she starts going into like where they found it and like the ancient treasure hoard of that lich guy and like all adventure basically.
it does this cool thing.
Yeah.
He looks it over and kind of goes, "We can do an even trade for that. That's not a problem. You know, you want to trade the javelin for the sword? That covers the cost."
A simple 500.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try to persuade him
Okay.
to throw something else in there.
Try to haggle. They're
I
both
mean, like,
uncommon magic weapons, so they're probably about
yeah.
the same value normally,
To be
but
honest, yeah,
absolutely worth haggling.
I can try haggling.
I'm also trying to decide, like, when you the +2, like, what a place called the Sword Authority would do to something to make it a +2. Like, does it get like a set of
You paint it
Adidas
red.
stripes down the down the side?
100%. It has racing
Yeah.
stripes, so you swing it faster.
There's a
Uh-huh.
little keychain with a lucky rabbit's foot coming off of the end, like
Yep.
you know.
It's got speed holes near the bottom. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That is an even 30.
30?
On
30?
persuade.
It kind of huffs a bit and goes,
Try to get a discount on the other things we buy
And
today.
she's like, I have to let you know, we just did save all of the counselors, the heads of state of this city, and this, and she like clunk again. She's like, did a bit of work there.
It's true. You can put a sign on that. Put it in the window. Save the counselors' lives.
Touched by Lady Silverhand herself.
I could probably add an extra 200 gold.
Okay, that sounds very fair. And she like hands it over, and she tries to find something I think in like black and purple. So
Okay. So cost of sword +1 covered, plus 200 gold to you.
sweet.
So he takes the javelin and kind of takes it back to the behind the counter area, then comes back and just says, "What about the rest of you?" And points at Val and says, "You look like you know your way around a sword."
I'm actually in the market for shields.
Also helps, yeah.
Trust me, I'm
Valen-
covered on swords.
Valen, I feel like, has that moment of what's it called, Ron Swanson in Home Depot. Like, I knew more than you.
I know more
I know
than
more
you.
than
Yeah.
Honestly, probably.
I'm just here to help my friend Bella here pick out something fancy.
All right.
Oh, I think while you guys had all wandered to the back half looking at all the bigger swords with Chantel, she like was still in the rapier section and just sort of like playing with the rapiers essentially, and it's just like suddenly like, yes, I'm all the way back here, not touching things I'm not supposed to be.
Yeah.
Interested in
Itzel
buying a
might take a
rapier?
look with her. Like the sickle definitely has more of a like. One of the things I hate about is it's like there's an aesthetic bit that just doesn't like rapier is such a like very specific look, and it bothers me that that's like your option for things. I don't know. Like it would be nice to have a little bit more flexibility in terms of like what the blade looked like in order to be effective, but it's fine.
I mean, I really like the Three Musketeers look where they had the super fancy basket hilt
Yes,
that was
like
all
the
elaborate. Like,
but
I
it is
love those.
that's a very specific, very Western was kind of also what I was hinting at. Like look to it, right? Like to be effective finesse wise. But yeah,
You're thinking like a katana?
more along the lines of like of like more of like a kukri or the like. I mean, like the. I mean, even a scimitar doesn't have the same.
A scimitar is a fair swap for a longsword. The main problem,
But the
in
stats
my
are lower.
yeah,
Like that's what I mean. Like it's not like aesthetically you don't get an option that isn't that musketeers look, and that just doesn't. It
in
bothers me.
my mind, the main difference with the rapier is that you can use dex to fight with it, and in order
Yes.
to be able to fight with a sword with just dex, there's a very specific build of the sword. It has to be that light, fast blade, and at that point, I think fencing is your go-to. There's not a lot of other things in the sword world.
Oh,
So it
The other
didn't-
benefit for the scimitar is that you can dual wield them. That's the other.
Yeah.
Like in
The
terms of
drizzt,
yeah, you can do some sweet shit with it. So you can dual wield finesse, which is nice. But like you said, it's a different vibe. But that said, I mean, aesthetics are aesthetics. Like if you want a specific look, doesn't really matter. Um, just the
Yes,
core.
if I am going to be replacing my sickle, which I feel like does have because like it sells sickle in like the thing that I wrote up like hers is like obsidian made like it would be for her people, right? Like, and that makes sense and is definitely a thing that you could produce with a sickle, but like rapier wise, it's like
yeah. I
I
think
don't
with
know,
a
like there's
kukri that
not
would still look cool though.
it could, yep. Um, like I kind of want like I don't know the if it's a finesse weapon, it can't be the thing that I was envisioning, which is like how like Polynesians made like the like clubs with like the shark's teeth on the outside, like yeah.
That's not a finesse weapon.
It's not.
It's dope as hell,
I
though.
know it's
It is
not.
dope.
That's you need to find a bludgeoning weapon. I feel
Yes,
like to try and pull
I know, but I
comfortable.
need a finesse if I'm gonna upgrade. So,
Yeah.
because yeah,
so the thing I was looking for, and I could not find any stats for it, but essentially it describes itself as it's a rapier-like weapon. Uh, it weighs as much of it as a dagger, but it has like the basically it hits like a longsword. It is an elven thin blade, and
Ah,
they don't have them in fifth ed. But like it's just like yeah, it's really light and it looks like a rapier, but it has the wallop of a longsword. And I'm like there you go, that's it. So like maybe that, and if we get the stats on the kukri that Chantel graciously left us, maybe the kukri that she left, you could use it for fighting good if that's what you're really looking for.
I mean that is a D6 finesse.
Itzel.
Mm.
There it's. I had it in my mind, so I was trying to Google the right words to find it, and I did. There is an Ethiopian sword called a shotel.
Oh,
Shotel.
oh yes, I know what those look like. Yes.
And they're great
How
because
would you like a scythe, only bigger?
I think I would like that. Yes, actually. No, I know what you're thinking. Like they're
And that would absolutely
Oh,
work
shit. Yeah.
as a versatility weapon.
Finesse.
You know what I
Versatility.
mean, finesse.
yes,
Yeah, that'd be doable.
I like that look.
yeah, those are great. I know this because they were meant to get around shields.
Yeah.
That's silly.
Yeah, if you want to do that, you can basically just use that with rapier stats. Same aesthetic.
Yeah. Yes.
There we go.
It's like,
Yeah. Plus, I'm
all right.
taller than all of y'all by far.
You are the
right?
biggest party member, yeah.
So like
So we get you a
the
show tool. That's pretty easy. What about you with the rapier? Is that your thing?
The tiny girl in the robe.
Point at Bella.
I'm not that tiny. I'm 5'7".
yeah.
Valen's like, oh, you're so cute.
You're shorter than me.
He's a foot shorter than you. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he feels taller.
A tall personality.
He's got a big personality, yeah.
Hmm?
Am I the shortest member?
How tall are you?
5.
I think I'm even 5.
Yeah.
5, yeah. I mean, I'm definitely the shortest. You're probably the smallest.
We're looking at all the dimensions.
Yes, if we're using displacement, if I throw each of the party members into, yeah.
I believe when I rolled
That
on
one
the
just-
chart, the D&D chart of dwarven weight, I believe mine came in at 1,200 pounds.
Yeah.
And I was like, I cannot take that. There's something wrong here. I'm
Dwarves are
4'7".
unusually dense. Yeah. It's a density issue, not a volume issue.
I have very big bones. Yeah.
So we have all the basic. Sorry, go ahead.
600 bananas. So
600.
I hate it. We have all the basic rapiers out here. That's too easy. If you want something a little more fancy, we could easily craft something.
Oh, I mean, I actually haven't ever used one of these before, so I wouldn't even know what to.
Oh, we offer lessons.
Oh, I mean, that'd probably be good, but I'm also not sure how long we're gonna be in the city. So I mean,
Yeah, you got to buy like a whole package of them. So minimum 4, right? But I mean, if you want to get into it, like bi-weekly, every Tuesdays and Thursdays, do lessons here. But if you're not gonna be around too long, then that might not be worth your money.
Valen will take you through the rapiers and just show you a quick 3-step. Just like, here, take this, do your feet, 1, 2, 3, boom. And then do this with like these 3 swords. See what it feels like.
Yeah. Odette's like kind of like watching, and he's not correcting him because he's not incorrect at all. But she's just like, she's unconsciously just going up on the balls of her feet.
want to.
Here. Odette, come over here. Show her how the feet do. I have very heavy feet.
And she's like,
I stomp.
And she's like, now this is not dancing because we promised that we would not teach you any dancing.
Exactly.
But if you simply just, and she just like lifts herself, she doesn't go on point, but she like lifts her own self, and she just like, just up on the balls of the feet, and you just slide. But everything that Valen is doing is expert. You could be a dancer one day.
If you had a very low, very heavy center of gravity, these would be good moves.
And so, like, so I think between the two of them, she's like,
that deal is a scam. Between the both of us, you will learn all of the basics you need.
Oh, okay. Well, then maybe I'll get one just so we can practice on the while we're traveling.
Great. What color do you want? We can get a fancy, pretty one.
Maybe something that enhances your natural sorceress ability. I don't know if that's a thing, but
We could do it, but it would be expensive. It depends on what you have in mind. Usually, we just usually enchantments we put on them, like a little bit of fire, or like make them a little sharper, a lot longer, make them like easier to swing, that kind of stuff. You want something tailored like that, we could do it, but it might get costly depending on what you're looking for.
I mean, at the moment, I feel like unless they start stepping in, Bella's just gonna get a basic one. Like, I don't even know. I don't know if it's even gonna be any good.
We're getting you at least a +1. Come on now. Let's,
And she's like, and don't like. I mean, you are, and she like you appear elven, correct? You are
Yes.
Half elven or full elven?
Elven.
Okay.
She's like, there is always something to. You could get a shorter elven thin blade. And she just like picks up this thing. I'm sure it just looks like it's made of glass and silver. And she like just places.
I feel like I'm gonna break this thing.
Yeah, she's like, it won't break. It won't break. She looks at like at Blade. It won't break, right?
Arms crossed.
I
You will not break
guarantee asterisk.
The sword's authority guarantee.
And then she just places it in your hand, and it feels like a lot lighter. I'm sure. What are thin blades like in this world, Andy? Or if we could, or like a shorter one that's more rapier like.
So, for an elven thin blade, if I recall correctly, they used to use the short sword stats, but we can also use it as a rapier, right? That's not a huge jump.
Yeah.
It's not like a D6 versus a D8 weapon at level 13 will break anything. Mm-hmm. So I would model it as a rapier.
Mm-hmm. But like, what is it like? How does it feel?
Oh, you mean description-wise? I'm sorry, we've been talking mechanics, so I'm just trying to give mechanics answers.
Yeah.
No, it's one of those kind of blades where like it's very well crafted. It's, as Odette was describing, looks very thin and light, but it's got a weight to it when you actually take it into your hands. Like, it's unexpected, and you realize there's such a lot of power behind this thing, and the speed at which you can move it is incredible, considering how much momentum you could put behind it. Right, it's a good combination of damage and grace. So somebody's typing very loudly.
Sorry.
If you haven't joined our is it in the?
Yeah.
I don't think it's in the public Discord. We're chatting about weapons.
This is the players
so many damn swords
behind the scenes in our group chat as we're like exchanging weapons, posting. Like,
I'm gonna go to the public Discord.
Yeah, do it.
Get nuts. But yeah, so if you wanted to get that, it would basically be a basic one would be about 50 gold. And then if you wanted a plus one, it'd be about 500. And it would take about a day for them to do the work on it. So yeah, tell me what you want and I'll make it happen. So, too easy. I'm just gonna go ahead and ring this up then. So, you said, yep, enhanced elven thin blade 2E. Did you want the protection package on that?
Protection package.
Never get the extended warranty.
Yeah, it's an extra 30 gold, but it can replace it in case any like dinks, breaks, tears, chips, all that stuff.
Are you asking me or my friend Bella?
Are you
for your friend Bella?
Are you not guaranteeing the level of craftsmanship of your work? Is that what you're telling us right now? I expect better from the Sword Authority. You are an authority, after all.
I'm not here to know, so I'm going to go ahead and put you down for a 3-year, 36-month protection plan.
No, we're good.
Wait! I finally found. I was looking for examples of like magic ones. Okay. I'm gonna tell you about a magic rapier that I found, and I wanna see if I can swing this. It's called ebony. It's a blade made out of a dark, glossy material with faint patterns that seem to be shifting constantly. When you hit with this magic weapon, you deal an extra 2d6 necrotic damage. Gosh. Occasionally, an attuned wielder hears whispers, instructing them to slay evildoers.
What's the rarity on that?
This is from Brendan Sanderson.
It's rare.
Send me that link.
Yeah. So you're looking 4 digits.
I think that might be a name.
I made sure to stay away from the shit that was like legendary and whatnot. In this, I just found like it was like a resource where it's like someone's like a wiki of like magic weapons. So I don't know the source of like anything.
It's straight up homebrewed.
Yeah, I think it's a collection of mostly homebrew stuff, but like it sounds cool as shit.
Hey, look,
I want it.
Rare is the equivalent of the +2 that we were talking about earlier. So 4 figures and a couple of weeks was what the guy said. But
yeah, 2,000 I can do in like 2 days.
Okay, so I know for a
Damn.
fact my character has at least 1950, just based on like the one figure I could find where in the loot channel you told us how much we got from one of our exploits. But we also had, before the 3,000 post you made, there was one where it was like the room had 10,000. So if we assume we each got 2,500 GP from that, I have more than enough to do this.
You have a lot of money.
I was going to say, if Alan was looking at swords with you, and if you found this very, very pretty black thin blade, and you were like, it tells me I need to slay evil. He's like, no, we got this, honey.
We got this is coming home with us.
Yeah.
Okay, well, according to my math, assuming like, because the only thing I can find of when I ever went shopping was before the party. I apparently bought a domino mask of minute seeing, which gave me advantage on perception and insight, and I don't think I remember to fucking use that during that whole fucking ballroom fight.
Nope.
It was actually expensive, as I recall, but
it was very expensive.
Listen,
so
I gave you
expect Bella to just be rocking a domino mask from here on
all
out.
the
That's
time
just
now.
her fit. That is just what she's doing.
She's Yennefer of Vengerberg. Yeah. No, I was
she's
going to
the
say
domino mask and the fucking ebony rapier. She's gonna look like a fucking badass.
Who's the guy from Sailor Moon? The who would
Tuxedo Mask.
Tuxedo Mask.
Yeah, we're all like, we know this. Yeah.
I'm here to help you all, but at a certain point, like, I'm not tracking all this stuff on your
No,
like,
absolutely fair. Obviously, I wasn't tracking either. It's because I was going back through, like, the loot channel looking for, okay, I need to figure out how much money I have because I've never bothered to write it down because we, like, never go shopping. And all of a sudden, I was like, are you fucking shitting me? Like, in the prep that we did for the party. I also had a neutralized poisons potion I forgot about.
I gave
so I put
that
on my sheet.
All right, hold on. Valen's going to be like, hold on a minute, and walk up to the guy and be like, I'm sorry, my friend really wants this sword, but she's only got 1,800. And I'm going to try to haggle him down.
Odette just kind of gives you like a wink, and add a 5 to that as you are already inspired.
So to my 23, that becomes a 28. I am a charisma-based character.
Saved the city council.
We saved your city. You're welcome. FYI. What can I say but you're welcome?
I mean, don't you want to be able to say that you sold to the heroes of Lyra's Night?
I want to be able to pay the rent for the building. That's what I want to do. I'll cut you 100 off the top. All right.
That's fair. Okay.
Done. I need this fucking blade.
I do have a business to run at the end of the day. All right.
That's fair. Do you sell shields, or do I need to go to the armor emporium?
Oh no! Don't go to the armor emporium. Their stuff is, this stuff's all right. So.
But do you have shields?
We can do shields.
Okay.
We're trying to get
so. Balin would like to get a new shield. I was a little disappointed that
there it is. Yeah, actually we don't do shields, but right across the street they got Shields R Us. So
Shields R Us? Perfect. Done and done. I was a little disappointed that in 5th ed there's only one item. It's called Shield, and it has AC 2, and that's it. That's literally the only thing in the book. And so that's what I have, emblazoned with my holy symbol on it. It's my version of a cross. I would like something a little nicer and fancier. I was looking through 5th ed magic items, and there is an uncommon magic shield called a Sentinel Shield, which I think would work with my alert feat theme-wise. It gives you advantage on initiative checks. I thought that would be cool.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm going to argue you don't need that, though, because well, maybe with enemies, but, like, you're always going to be the top of the pack with us in terms of initiative. Like, of the rest of us. Like, have you ever
I've
been...
had some shitty rolls. Like, let's be fair. I mean, I'm not immune to the shitty initiative roll. I only have a +6.
Yeah,
even with my 5 bonus, I have a 6.
Only +6. Only. Because it's either you or Odette every single time, and I want to say it's been you most of the time.
Yeah, and
did I also mention it gives you advantage on perception checks?
Yeah, but that's I'm good at that.
You can easily get that. 500 gold will get you a Sentinel Shield. Same deal. They gotta craft it. You'll be able to pick it up tomorrow.
Okay. Is it any kind of like +1 magic shield at all, or is it still just AC2?
Yeah, still just AC2. You could get a +1, but that's when we start going up in price, right?
Okay. How much up? Helen actually has never spent money in this game.
For that one, it basically makes it a plus. It would basically be about 1,500.
Can I haggle that at all?
I'll split the difference between uncommon and rare, so call it 15.
Okay, that's fair. I'll pay 1,500 for that.
So, but yeah, it does everything that's on there +1, and you can pick it up tomorrow.
Cool.
Itzel
will have shields RS.
Appreciates you. You can say the heroes that saved the council shop here. This is my favorite shop in the Citadel.
Yes.
We all have to do one.
My name is Odette, and this is my favorite.
Itzel would have been playing with one of the one like Chattel in the Swords Are Us or whatever. Sorry, no, Sword Authority, and will have like tapped like in the scabbard, like tapped the very tall dude like on the shoulder with it.
What's up?
And so if I want to do the +2, 2,000 gold was what he had quoted us.
Yeah.
Okay. So she's going to like have counted out a pouch of that, and then like next to it we'll have in a pouch of like her own stuff, jade, like different kinds of like not the like light green jade that you see from like for figurine things, but like that really dark like jungle green kind of tone, like a bunch of stones in that shade and like different shapes and sizes, whatever, in like a little pouch next to it. And she's going to like drop both of them on the counter and be like, I don't want a racing stripe, but these would look good and I want this one.
Okay, I mean, usually
2 weeks, a week. What did we say?
We can do it in a couple of days, but we usually do like little lucky rabbit's foot hanging on the end of it. But you want us to put the
you want to put the foot of a. Would you like to take that up with my grandmother?
That's not real. Like, we make our own.
That's worse. You realize that's.
Is it worse?
You take your disrespectful. Okay, sir. She's gonna like bundle everything back up into her arms and be like, "Do you want this sale?"
Yeah. Always.
No foot. No foot.
Of course not. I'm just saying what we usually do. We can add Jay to it. That's fine.
Okay. And she'll just like put it out on that, like no haggling, just 2 days.
Yeah, 2 days.
2 days. No fee. No fake fee. Okay. Gross.
Somewhere Gray is just yelling, "It's not that hard to make people."
I would at Swords Are Us. I am trying to see if they will paint the giant flaming sword at Shields Are Us, the Tempest logo of the giant flaming sword on there, or if I have to do that myself.
Oh yeah, no, we'll do that for free. No charge there.
Oh, good.
So
they'll airbrush it. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. We got you.
Question. I know this is Swords Are Us, so like we're doing our like blades purchases or our edgy purchases here. But
edgy.
Looking over Bella's sheet, realizing she has money. she might want to increase her armor class while we're at it, because she's very
Yeah.
squishy. So maybe we want to go somewhere after this to get like slightly more anything.
Yes, that would be delightful.
I think you're stuck with fancier robes.
Yeah. I know I've got my limit is I'm limited to light armor or bonuses from things like rings or etc. But I feel like a 14 AC could be better. Even
what was the clothes shop we were at the other day? By the
Yeah.
other day, I mean yesterday.
Oh,
We
what did
went across
call?
we went across the street to the magical item place, and I got they have a really good deal on engagement necklaces plus
I'm actually-
one.
I'm so mad because I actually don't remember the name of this wood shop.
Oh, how
The
dare you!
clothes
The,
shop.
the jewelry shop. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the clothes shop. It
Oh, the
had an
clothes shop,
amazing
yeah.
name.
I may have written it down.
I think it was.
You know what date?
Um.
I'm sure I wrote it down, but I don't have my notebook with
2
me.
sessions ago. That's all.
Yeah. It was.
Probably 3 sessions ago, because that fight was long.
It was something for fashion.
Well, yeah, it's right down the street.
Chat. We need a good pun for a fashion store, for a clothing store.
Yeah. Help us,
Thank-
Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're our only hope.
Well, if you for competition, there's always. No, never mind. So, but yeah, you can get you some armor. That's too easy.
Oh, are you wearing
Veil makers.
There we go.
Yep, there it is.
Oh my god. That's really, really nice.
Well,
Point of advantage to the chat.
You got veil makers, and you also have edgelords and tailor. So that's always an option. Good stuff.
Oh, veil makers for Odette's wedding.
Yeah, that's good stuff. The hanger. But yeah, what kind of armor do you want, Bella?
I just need to be less hittable. That's all I want.
Yeah.
Some kind of magic robe.
Can I suggest being in the back?
Look, I've been trying that tactic and it doesn't always work.
That's fair.
Almost
I mean,
like someone is specifically trying to make sure that tactic doesn't work all the time for me.
I'm just saying, I try not to play every monster like they're smart, but some monsters are smart and they're gonna hurt people. Like that's what they do, you know. Like your zombies just gonna rush forward, you know. Your Roxashas are actually gonna fight smart. If you want to get just some like basic +1 armor, like that's not hard. If you want something more elaborate, then you just gotta let me know what it is you're looking for.
Yeah. Get
But,
like some if you have basic armor, light armor.
Right now I just have like basic armor that gives like +1 to my AC, and then a ring of protection that gives like +1 to my AC.
Yeah, you can basically just enchant our basic armor for like 500 gold to get a +1.
So an additional +1, so it'd be +2 total.
Correct.
Oh wow.
Because I believe is your basic armor it's not magical, is it?
No.
Yeah. So
It
you're
just adds 1 to my AC, just based on the fact that I'm wearing armor.
So then it just becomes basic armor +1.
Is your armor leather armor? Is it
Stitches for witches. Ooh.
That's what I have on my sheet.
okay? You could get a studded leather armor and then get it enchanted.
Well, I feel like having leather in general is already kind of a little bit cheating because I'm looking at my proficiencies and I only have noted down that I have light armor proficiency.
That's light.
That includes
Studded leather
Also-
is light?
yeah. Mhm.
Sweet.
Does Warlock have one of those things that like you're not allowed to cast while wearing armor or something like that?
Yeah, they took that out.
Yeah.
Oh,
It
cool.
only slows us down.
Yeah,
Nice.
so you can do studded leather +1, what's your dex modifier?
+2.
So that would give you an AC of 15.
Not bad.
That takes you up 1.
And if you got it magic,
Also, that would be magic if you studded leather +1. Because it gives you 12 +2 plus the +1. But yeah, you want to do that?
Yeah, unless there's like a cool magic robe thing I could be doing.
That's probably something you need to look up in depth. I'm
Yeah.
sure there is, but
Yeah. Which you can always. I'm not. In big cities, it's pretty easy to trade in stuff for equivalent value, especially when you're like saying, "Hey, I want to get rid of this armor and I want to craft this thing instead. So I will take this 500 gold worth of armor, give it to you, and then pay the difference after that." You know what I mean? It's not like a
Mhm.
small town where they don't have money to pay for shit, and therefore you're only going to get pieces of it.
Yeah.
So it makes it easy to upgrade. All right, what else for shopping?
I have kind of shitty armor, so that would also be nice to. And by kind of shitty armor, I mean I don't really actually think I have.
because I always picture you in like the stereotypical video game RPG female armor.
Yeah, kind of.
I like the Kratos armor where it's just like him in a pair of pants, just completely ripped, and somehow just like survives everything. It's like, nah, whatever.
I have a furry codpiece. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually think I'm still in light armor, so I might do, which is dumb. I don't know how that happened. The
Can you wear medium?
I can, yes. So like scale might be nice.
Scale is the good stuff.
Yes. Plus, like I can do fun things thematically with scale armor.
Oh yeah. Oh
Like-
yeah, with shapeshifting into something reptilian. Yes.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
very cool.
yeah. Well, I'm thinking like horned lizard kind of a look to it.
Mm.
Yeah, very doable. Scale mail +1, 500, right?
Yeah. That's
Takes you up to what's your dex modifier?
2, I think. Yes.
So scale mail, dex +2, 16. Takes you up to 17 actually.
Mhm.
Yeah, that'd be.
Which would be really nice.
You do have disadvantage on stealth though.
I know, but I don't really. I don't know if I need that. Like with the. Well, like I'm sorry, not need, but like.
Unless you're going off on a solo mission, I already have disadvantage on stealth.
Clank.
I clank on the tank. Like
Yeah.
And like if I'm gonna like wild shape or something for, you know what I mean, like there's other stuff that I could decide to do for yeah, like I don't mind having to think about like, you know, not doing the scale mail while trying to do or coming up with a different. That's fine.
Yeah, easy. Done.
Oh my god.
All
Do you know
right.
about the moon sickle?
Yes.
Oh, is that what you're getting?
No.
Oh, okay. I didn't
Alright, so
realize.
if that covers all purchases, it is getting late in the day, and Itzel does have a place to be at 5 o'clock.
That's true. Oh, Odette, I think is done, but she's like, we
Where was I
should
putting this? Right.
we could all get dinner together, except for you, of course. Like, and if you need any help getting ready,
There is actually a really nice restaurant across the street from the cafe. So you could all go there and, like, you know, be friendly or
Provide commentary from afar.
Yeah.
That would be delightful. Sorry, we said for the scale mail for the 500, you said +1, +2, +1, +1, +1. Yeah, thank you.
so 15 AC plus your dex mod.
Yep.
So how long until our meet cute in the back alley?
That is at 10 p.m. So basically,
How long?
Whatever.
What time is it now?
It's getting close to 5.
Oh yeah, so we got plenty of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys have tons of time. Yes.
Yeah, we
So-
can keep shopping. Which
All
I
the
wanted
time
to
in the
ask, just because I see it exists, how much would it cost for Bella to get a studded leather armor +3? Because I imagine that's a lot more expensive, but
Yes.
I mean, I don't know what the scales are as far as
Keep
that
adding
stuff.
zeros. Yeah.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, like
For
as
every
a-
additional +1, it's another 0. So if we start off with like 500, it's like 5,000 for a +2,
So
50,000 for a
Yeah.
+3.
it's not that bad, but the higher you go in the plus, the more. So in 5e,
The harder it is to find. Yeah.
they made the money scale based off of rarity of item, right? So there's money categories for each level of like rarity. So as you go up, like most +1 items tend to be either uncommon or rare, depending if they have benefits, right? Um, or yeah, and then it goes higher from there. So when you get into like the +3 category for anything, you're looking at the like usually very rare plus realm.
Yeah,
Okay.
but also probably wouldn't be at Sword Authority. No
Yeah.
offense to
Yeah.
Blade, but
It's
No.
it's both cost and literal rarity. Yeah.
So I'm not saying you can't get it. I'm saying I have to look at the numbers for pricing, but it's probably closer to like 10,000 plus gold.
I've only got like essentially 2,000 left. So obviously that's gonna be way outside of my price range. I was just asking
Yeah. No, it's a good
because
move
it
to
seemed
ask.
less, crazy than finding like a literal like named armor, but
If you see
but
some
also
cool
kind of not though, like because that's more or less what you're doing. It's just not. Yeah, the flavor isn't there.
if you see cool named armor, throw it in the chat because you always need loot for stuff. Um, it's around about an hour before your cafe date,
Yep.
right? What last minute prep are you gonna run through?
Yeah. Okay. So she's gonna like go back to where they're staying at Yusef's. I imagine that the room that she's been in is gonna quickly start looking like, you know, like she was running around it in squirrel form rather than like as herself. So she's gonna settle on like nice leathers kind of a thing, sort of figuring that that's like it's like nicer than usual kind of a thing, but like the like dress that might still be more or less destroyed from like the actual party evening is like that's a little too formal slash too deconstructed for the occasion. So and then she's gonna like like brush out her hair with some oils and stuff that smell nice that she totally stole from Metzley's stuff. Because Metzley will actually have things that like, was like both like decanted nicely into like little vials and things and actually smells like what it's supposed to smell like and all of those things. And then we'll have braided like some parrot feathers into her hair, like just to give it a little like fanciness and color and like we do this for rituals, this is important, okay. And like taken some of like something like Metzley's like pigments and done the like this like not like we won't go too crazy on it because this is other than for like actual like ritualistic purposes, this is not my wheelhouse, but it's fine. And Itzel does like shiny stuff, so she'll have done some of her like uh just the like normal like stones etc like jewelry bit that she's got, she's just gonna like wear a couple of that as well. So it's like, I mean, I still look very much like a druid or a ranger or a, but like you know but like with color now. And like I will have visibly put in effort, and when people see that you did that, that shows your care and respect for them, right? So yeah. Yes, so she'll be walking to the cafe, um, with like trying to like mess with the very like bottom, be like, this is not working the way that I want, but it's fine. Okay, stop messing with it. Stop messing with it. So yeah.
Uh, what time do you arrive?
If he said 5, she's going to be like immediately in front of the door at like 4:59.
Okay. Uh, cool. You come walking up. He is already standing outside. He's wearing like a pair of like nicer brown pants, like a sage green style, almost vest with like a very nice ornate belt with his hair kind of put up and back, little softly glowing like green emerald eyes. Um, And he kind of gives you like a wave as he sees you, and says, I got us a table. Outside work for you?"
She will do like exactly the same wave back. I'm like, well, outside's the preference, right? Like the yes, outside
Yeah,
best.
sometimes you spend a lot of time outside and you think it's nice to, we'll do outside. So you guys sit down and get situated, and um, he just it's interesting because he just kind of like fidgets a bit. And he says, I thank you for coming to get dinner with me. I just
Thank you for inviting
you,
me.
you look very nice. I like what you do with your hair.
Thank you. This one, and she'll like start pointing out like what each of the feathers is from. Like this is from like, this bird, and this one's from. We don't like obviously we don't take them from like you either you ask or you collect.
That's it's lovely.
Yeah.
Um,
She'll be like, this one I had to trade like 17 nuts for. Like he was not wanting to play. He knew what he was doing.
he does genuinely laugh at that, and he says, "This is I know this is a weird situation because everything with Zengi and the council and the coming war and all this, it's a lot looming. I just wanted to, while you were here and while I had the chance to say, I'd like to get to know you more when this is over, if that's something you'd be interested in. It's kind of hard to look forward right now, but yeah."
Pink. Yeah. Um, and like she's gonna like once again like start like shredding the bottom of the braid of like I, I yes the you're a hawk form. That's so unusual. The size, like I've never seen an actual red tailed that, but I don't know if that's how they have them over here. Um, yes, but there is a certain weight of destiny on everything. That is not a false statement. Um,
It's I feel like it'd be particularly difficult in your case with being driven by actual prophecy. That's it's a little it's more intense, and it's more than a lot of people would have going on. It's not a bad thing. I think it's incredible. It just presents challenges, right?
in some ways, it's always been a part of who I am. I mean, that's very much how my abilities work and my training and all of like the reading what was coming or what is being told to us in the stars in particular has always been, but the the unique part of this situation was it was so personal, like the you know that like not just that this event was coming and this monumental thing that the shift of the stars is telling us, but that it was that I had to do it, um, and that I had to find these specific people to agree to rise to their destiny with me. Um, I mean, obviously, you don't expect the end of the world or that much of a disaster of a wedding to happen every week, but the in some ways it was very familiar, and in some ways it was different. Um, I like we knew the. I think I expected some. Maybe that I didn't think about it that way, but a mantle of some kind was already on my shoulders. The the idea that it was only for me and that it, well, in this iteration and filling out the rest of them is what has made this unique. Um, but and then the whole mortal danger thing and my cousin being trapped in a different plane.
Yeah,
That's yeah.
that is difficult. How, if there's a way I can help to get mentally back, let me know, please. I've
Oh,
asked a lot of the Emerald Enclave to see if they know anything. So they have their ear out for things, but it's not what they usually do. They tend to avoid the Shadowfell as much as possible.
I imagine that some of them might be able to help if I needed places that were easier to speak to her. Just because of the word, that they know places that already that thinness of the veil exists. So that would be appreciated, but and I don't know if this is if we wanted to use the realm of the Raven Queen. Would any of them? Do you have any, or would any of them have any insight on how to do that more effectively, safely? I mean, that safely seems like a laughable prospect, but
the Raven Queen is interesting because her goals go outside the scope of what we can fully comprehend. However, there are members of the Enclave who would be willing to advocate on your behalf to her. They have a pact, if you will, right? It doesn't put us in her favor, and it doesn't mean she owes us any debts. But there is a way to at least communicate back and forth with her in a established method. It's better than simply showing up at her doorstep. So if that would help, I can send word. Have you introduced?
That would be helpful. I don't know if it's exactly how we're going to go about it. We haven't settled yet on exactly how we're going to go forward, but having that as an option and knowing that we aren't setting ourselves up to be the least hospitable guests of a would be greatly appreciated. Hello.
The Raven Queen finds you on her own time, but she does not like people barging in on hers.
Must be nice to be able to enforce that kind of disparity. The
Well, it's benefits of being a deity, I suppose.
It's good to be the queen.
Yes. Other planar power of some type. But
so yes, if we do, depending on which route we take, knowing those places that the different members of the Enclave might know of, that would be easier to communicate with Metzley, would be definitely appreciated. And then I know I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that I think we're all hoping that the council in total will be helpful should we need reinforcement for the coming battles ahead.
He kind of looks around, says, council's gonna make their vote tomorrow, but it's just to make it official. It's already unanimous. They'll
I mean, I know that like keeping score for a life is probably a more gauche thing to do, but there's several of them on there that they're like, if it's a 1-to-1 vote, like.
Well, even
we did make
before
sure they could actually show up for that. Um,
even before what happened at Lyra's night, people knew. Everyone had a vague idea that something was wrong with Neverwinter. And the reports that were coming in, they were confusing and some of them borderline outrageous. But everyone knew something was wrong. And the festival just kicked it over the edge. I think accelerated something that was already being discussed and planned. So it's a very short way to say that, yeah, you're not in this fight by yourselves by any means. There's a lot of people in that city that need help, and we're gonna get them help.
well, and I can't impress this point enough, which is it will go well beyond one city or one coastline. The scope of this might not be clear yet to everyone who isn't watching the messages that are being conveyed in the stars, in nature, but we need the support because it's not only going to be Neverwinter, Waterdeep, Baldur's Gate, the Calimport, and the easier that is. So hopefully you're right, and the vote goes as it should. Um, that's a little bit of weight off of our shoulders. I'm not the world's best politician.
Same. Spend most of my time traveling outside the city. Um, some things that seem very simple and direct become convoluted once politics get involved. But I think this is fairly straightforward.
You mean dinner or the vote?
He just has like an awkward laugh and like, no, I think this is. I'm really glad you you came to dinner. I am very happy about that.
Yeah, she's gonna pick up like a berry from the center of the table or a grape or something, and just kind of be like,
I was circling my banana hawk form for quite some time. I was
yes, the banana hawk, such a majestic creature.
I was honestly, I was very nervous about showing up, and I felt very bad because I didn't realize you had people there for a brunch, and that made it a little more awkward. But I'm glad I did it.
Oh no, you could not possibly have made that situation more awkward. Feel free, like that. That in some ways was an ideal time because I don't know if I can adequately convey the strangeness of exactly what that breakfast would have. But yes, that was your timing was in some ways utterly impeccable.
Yeah.
But the pancakes were good, right? The pancakes.
Honestly, delicious. Listen, I know you have to leave the city soon. Can I? He kind of reaches into his like bag and pulls out a little box and says, "Take this for what it is. It's not anything." I want to be helpful to you and to your friends. Okay.
We are going to save the world.
So I wanted to give you this gift, right? And that. Oh, here. And he slides it across the table.
Okay. It's in a box, so we'll. She will like jokingly do the like shake, and then she'll like sniff it. And the like hold it next to her ear, that kind of thing, and
it smells metallic.
then open it. Okay.
So, as you open it, it is just a very simple chain, with a what looks like silver and gold, inlaid pendant with a bear on it. Said,
oh. You do have a this will be a wonderful reminder. Your bear form is so lovely.
Here, put it on. It has some cool effects that I think you'll appreciate.
She'll like pull her hair to the side. Like, could you actually? Would you mind?
He's like awkwardly, but like with a little bit of a red flush, like
You have such great hair.
Yeah,
a beautiful pelt.
As soon as he like clasps the necklace, you immediately feel way more energetic. This necklace gives you a +2 to Constitution.
Cool. Dang. Okay.
He says, "I thought it would help for the upcoming fight, so that is yours. There's no obligation there."
Well, I hope there'll be like a little bit of an obligation, since I am wearing the necklace. Would you mind walking me back to the Nasiri place?
I'd be more than happy to. And he kind of like extends an arm to walk with you back down the street. For you three who are across the street in the restaurant watching this play-by-play, you're watching probably the most awkward date you've ever seen in your life. But it's cute, right? And it's funny because it goes from like the awkward introduction to like the little bit of like what's going on as we're like sitting down and trying to figure out our conversation to like a very serious and deep conversation. And you can see like both Itzel and Delon's like eyes at various points will like flash with excitement, right? It's subtle, but you know your friend at this point, right? And then back to like just a little bit of more awkward, unsure footing. He gives her this necklace, and then the two of them just like link arms and walk off back towards the Nasiri house. But yeah, what do you three do? I assume like across the street, just like drinking beers somewhere as you're just like watching this, like
To Itzel.
To Itzel.
Yeah.
I think it was a very smart move for her to. I liked how she was like, and then he put it on her. I thought that was very cute.
Yes.
I need to remember that, if I ever actually find someone that I want to put a necklace on me.
Well,
that was
me
that
too.
Was move.
That, maybe.
Maybe let's talk about that. We've been friends for. I mean, it's complicated, but we have been friends for a very long time.
At least a week and a half.
Well, but we were friends this time.
Yeah, they're supposed to go back. They're like multiple iterations of Bella.
With
That's true. Person. Yeah, that's right.
So, has Odette like known for anybody to date Bella in her past iterations that she wouldn't know about now, or?
Oh yeah, there was Mr. I made you a tray of Old Bay.
Oh,
she had a couple of former husbands. Yeah.
I was gonna say she's had a family, just not in this.
Would I even know about like any other people that she dated before this Bella met me?
Yes. Hello, cat.
That's up to Bella.
Oh, hi, Biddy.
I was not
Coral.
prepared to be put on the spot and like come up with an entire romantic backstory for Bella.
No, you've got a bunch of iterations. The question is just where it fell in, and like, was in your last life, did you have a romance or not? Like, that was one of those like, Odette knew you from one gen back.
Mm-hmm.
That probably wasn't the romance time, or it was, whatever, right? I'm just curious. It's like, where Bella.
Were you married?
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say that was at least like 2 or 3 iterations back.
Sounds good.
Okay. So Odette wouldn't remember her being romantically involved with anybody in the generation that she's known her. Is that true?
She has never seen you with a man.
Or lady.
Or no lady.
Or a lady.
Bella, I don't think I've ever noticed you with anybody. What is your type, my dear? Oh, you're muted, my dear.
You're muted.
I had to cough, and so I muted myself. I mean, I've seen, now that I know they were memories from past lives, I guess I've been married before, which
You
is
didn't.
very strange to think about, actually. Possibly weirder than the parents thing.
Oh, no. Oh, that's awful. I'm so sorry. Well, what is your type now? That's in the past.
I've never even really stopped to think about it. I was just always so focused on trying to figure out a way to preserve my family, which now I realize is actually was just a drive to preserve me / Gray, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
It's very hard now to figure out how much of this was like things I wanted to do versus things that like I was getting fed from memories or Gray, or I'm just not really sure.
I think Odette looks really concerned at Valen, and I don't know if Cole is here, but if he's there,
if you invited him, he would go along.
yeah. So like she looks to like Valen first, like how do we handle this, and then like looks to
Look, Bella, as far as we're concerned, you came into existence a month ago. Looking at just that going forward, how do you feel about your life?
It's complicated. It's complicated.
Odette kind of like clears her throat and she says, well, realistically, about 4 days ago as well.
Well, no, I'm picturing we've been adventuring for 10 days, but there was the whole like the games for Yusuf's adventure into the mountains. So I'm figuring like a month total.
That's true.
This is true.
Don't worry about anything that happened before that. How do you feel?
That's a very loaded question.
Well, I mean, we know that Gray, I mean, could shut himself off if he wanted to.
She says, like very, like kind of pointedly. There's an edge to it.
Gray could absolutely leave the room.
Oh God, that I hadn't even thought about that. How would I even start to go on a date when I know Gray is just sitting there watching the whole time? Would you want to go on a date with your sibling?
Look, let's be fair. How many times has Gray watched you? At this point, it's old.
No, it's not terrible.
Maybe for him, but not for me.
Oh no, I hate this conversation.
We are time not thinking about that. Yes. Okay.
Great to speak up though and say, if you are trying to get answers to your past lives, they're archived in my workshop.
Are any of my previous partners, or did I didn't have kids, did I?
Didn't you in one
Okay.
of the things that was mentioned?
No, I don't think so.
No. Okay, I thought
She
that
had a
was right.
family. Family doesn't
Yeah.
always mean kids.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
A lot of pets.
A lot of
No, but it was-
bonbons.
Yeah. No, he basically says, I mean, you never really seemed that interested before, but yeah, I have. It's all archived.
Is these are like your notes or like her diary?
Or like, God, like, yeah, no.
Like VR
right.
style, I can relive them,
Yeah,
or
yeah, like
I don't know. I think listening to
conceive
your
it,
words
or-
from that time about how you feel would have been really neat to read.
maybe, or really depressing to read, or really.
It would take some time to go through them all, but yeah, like that. Archived all of it.
You're sitting on my note.
but we have to be there in person at your workshop for me to get to.
Fortunately, yes. It's.
I was gonna say, why do we think he mentioned?
I'll put a pin in that. I can't derail everything just so that I can find out if someone I don't even remember is still alive.
As he does mention this, I'll re-describe something because I think you saw it and Odette also saw it. The control room, right, with like the TV screens and everything, the bookcases with volumes and volumes of journals that were ordered chronologically. Like, just an absolute ungodly amount of material.
Well, whenever we finally have some time again and we're not trying to avoid dying / saving the world, it sounds like maybe I should go look up more information so I don't keep getting surprised by things like my parents showing up randomly.
I meant to ask you about that. You're good with them being around?
I mean, I don't have the same memories they do, but I suppose it's kind of nice in theory that to have someone out there who cares about me.
I mean, we could easily turn off the spell and let them go back to whatever they were doing previously.
Wait, what are you talking about with the spell?
I thought they were paid extras.
Whatever they were doing previously. Oh, yay.
What do you mean whatever they were doing? Do you mean that they might have actual real lives that they are not living because they think I'm their daughter?
How do you build the lab?
Yeah. Look, I needed materials.
Why wouldn't the spell have whatever spell you put on them wear off when I died?
Because I never went back to fix it. I told you that one slipped through the cracks. I apologize. I've got a lot going on.
I'd have to care about these people.
And question: I forget what we decided? Is this one-sided or is this all in your head?
You can hear Bella's piece of the
You
conversation.
can hear what Bella's saying.
Yeah.
Odette grabs both of these men's hands and just grips it, and she just says enchantments, and she's just like, I don't know about any of this. This could be bad.
Valen is angrily drinking his beer.
I mean, Odette makes a good point. At a certain point, after you've lived, it might just be easier to let them stay where they are.
That depends. Did they have actual real children of their own?
I don't think so.
Yes, he doesn't.
But you're not sure?
Do you have siblings?
Odette pours wine for Cole and her.
Do they count as half siblings when your parents are thralls? Like, what's the etiquette there? Is that step or half? Like, oh.
Siblings in thrall.
That's good.
That's our new group group name, right?
Siblings in thrall.
It's apostrophe in and it's backwards.
That's really good.
Siblings and thralls.
Yeah, so if you want that information, like we can go back to the workshop and get it, and I think it'd be very helpful to answer.
What are you doing? We're gonna
Kind of
fall.
stuff like this, right?
Okay. Now turning and facing the rest of the table.
But it looks horrified at you.
So, Gray and I have been chatting.
We heard about that, yeah.
We heard
Yeah,
parts.
yeah. He has records of all of my previous lives, which, might be interesting to go check out at some point just for me, so I know if there's any other connections out there. But possibly more pressing, he did let me know a little bit more about his process for how he sets me up for these lives. My parents existed before he put a spell on them for them to think they're my parents. And he can't say for sure they didn't already have, for instance, children or other people who they may not be remembering right now because they
I was pretty
remember
sure they
me.
didn't. Pretty sure they didn't. Was what.
And the only way we can check for sure about whether or not he should just end the spell so that they actually remember who they really are is by going and checking his records. So we could just risk it and have him stop the spell, or go to his lab and check his records and see if
All right, so
that
look, we
would
were
just be
getting ready.
bad for them.
We were getting ready to leave town and go to the Shadow Realm anyway. If we just stop by Gray's lab, we fill up a bag of books, and then we go over to the Shadow Realm, and you can just read by the fire in the evening.
That could work. Won't take too long.
You can't tell. We can't. Sorry, I know I'm not here for this conversation, character-wise, but like, since we can't teleport, how the heck would we get to Garay's lab anyway?
We'd have to go outside the city, and
I'm pretty sure that if we asked the council to let us teleport, that they would say yes.
Yes.
Like
But also,
the
I can
teleport circles are closed to the public, but
I
we are
can
not
do-
the public.
a teleport circle like once a day because of Gray, though, right? As long as we're outside of the city.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Right.
But
right.
the
That's
council
I remember
can
that.
unlock it. Like the council and the arcane tower control teleportation of the city, so they could turn it off or turn the barrier off briefly and let you go through.
But
We wouldn't be able to teleport right to Gray's lab because he had the wards and stuff, so we had to like be outside of the area. and,
Does
like,
he have a
walk in.
combination lock?
You'd have to hike in, but it's not that far.
Odette just says, Gray, I would like to ask for you to lead this conversation. And she speaks directly to Bella, but
That I know you heard her, so
I mean, do you want me to leave the conversation?
I am curious what. I feel like it's only fair to let her have a chance to talk to me privately, since it seems like that's what she wants to do.
Okay, then I will leave.
And then she's like, is he gone?
As far as I ever know if he's gone or not.
She says, Gray, how are you able to hear us even when we are in a protected magical area like the university? She just asks, point blank.
Do I sense anything?
Roll insight.
I'm gonna guide you on this. So like,
So,
Odette has.
I'm wearing that stupid domino mask that I spent way
That's
too much
perception.
money on.
100%.
No, my notes in the Discord.
I love it.
If you look in the loot channel, domino mask of minute seeing gives advantage on perception. Oh, investigation, not insight. Damn it.
Okay.
So
I'm
close.
I misremembered what it was. Okay, that's fair.
telling you, Odette
I
is
love
like,
the amount of attitude that came out with that. Also, like, excuse me.
How dare you?
Yeah.
What'd you
Odette
roll?
is like
I love
staring at like you, and she kind of like she touches your hand if you allow her, and it's like cool, just kind of like alabaster hand.
He's
kinda touches
totally
yours.
gone. It's totally safe. I rolled.
Nat
You got a
one,
one,
baby.
didn't you?
Nat
You rolled
one.
a one?
One.
Silvery barbs.
So
Silvery barbs.
We have 3 points of advantage in the chat.
Oh, we also have 3 points of advantage in the chat. In that
I
case,
wasn't gonna spend it on this unless you guys very
No.
I
specifically
feel
wanted
like
me
the fact that he gave you a roll
Narrative,
this
yes.
time.
Narratively, this is important. Do it.
and
Yeah.
I'm guiding you for 1, and I'm inspiring you for 6.
Nice.
So you have a +7.
All right, I will use one of the pool to re-roll this.
And I will give you a crisp high 5.
Hmm.
my pull number go down. Why did my pull number go down?
I need to stop using this die. Okay, that plus your bonus plus my actual. That's a 17 when all is said and done.
It's not bad.
Okay.
But that's rolled against whatever he has.
You
And he is a sneaky fellow.
feel very alone.
I think.
Spiritually.
Yeah, esoterically, we just
I mean,
Oh my God.
so.
Odette, I just asked him to leave. If you wanted to talk to him, like, why did we make him leave?
And she just like
Not
shares.
while your intelligence is higher than that.
She shares like a look with Valen.
My intelligence is not actually that high. I have a +1 to my intelligence. All right,
Okay,
I'm
sorry, maybe
slightly smarter than the average bear. Like,
I do like
Insight
the
is
way-
not. My
whiz,
boyfriend
though.
that way.
How wise are you?
Wait a second.
I'm less wise than I am intelligent. Let's leave it at that.
Mm.
I get by on being cute. We'll leave it at
Where are
that.
all of your points then?
Charisma. Yeah.
And
Okay.
My charisma,
And
my
dex.
constitution, and my dex are higher than my
Yeah.
intelligence or my wisdom.
Okay.
And my strength is my dump stat.
Hell
Like,
yeah.
Yeah, it's just
As
amusing
God
because
intended.
obviously Bella never
As
chooses
God
to use
intended.
her,
Yeah. I can't think
Bella
of a
never
positive
chooses
strength.
what?
I
Bella
haven't
doesn't
played a
often.
positive strength D&D character in years.
Yeah.
It's bad.
So Odette is just like it. Simply curiosity. And I don't care if he hears this, if he actually can or cannot, but he was able to hear us when we were guarded in the university. I think this is a trap. I am so sorry, I do not trust your brother. He has enthralled people who might have children. They might have grandchildren. I would be very, very wary. I do not know if he has your best interest. And how did he get a hold of all of your journals? If
I don't know if they're
you
my
didn't have
journals
home
or
where
if they're
you had.
his notes about my
If
life.
he's always watching.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
to clarify, that he has journaled that.
Oh, he
It's his
journaled.
notes.
Like he straight up like wrote journal notes for Bella in case she wanted.
So Bella's dating this guy who seems like an absolute tool. He listens to the worst music, I swear to God.
Loved Old Spice, Old Bay. It's just like, this is just. I've known you for longer than we've known each other. And I know you are a strong, beautiful, and very talented magical woman.
the best that I think I've ever met in my life. I don't want to see you get hurt. And I want you to be suspicious. I want you to ask questions, but I also understand how complicated this is. And she just kind of shakes her head and she's like, I wish I had. I don't know. I wish I had better advice, but I would be a bad friend if I did not say that I was suspicious of him.
But I mean, I wouldn't even. I'm sure he wouldn't do anything to hurt me. Um, I know he makes some really bad choices in pursuit of these goals, but I mean he's doing all of this to stop Zangi.
I don't think he
And
would do anything to endanger you,
No, I agree
so
with
which
that.
is a different thing.
but
Um,
if you're worried about that he might not do as much to protect you guys, I mean I can go by myself. I do have the summoning circle. I
No.
can't I can't not I can't leave these people to just keep. It was one thing when I thought he had basically made them out of whole cloth, because he keeps telling me how easy it is to make people,
He does keep saying that.
and that it was just like he filled in a blank slate. But now that I know these people might have had a life that they could go back to, I
I
have to
thought they were
know.
paid actors.
that's what I thought too. I was very convinced.
No, they definitely think I'm their daughter.
I don't mind a detour on this road trip. We've had a lot of stops along the way. Let's get all of this out of the way before we get to the desolation. I don't want us going in there with anything in the back of our minds of possible nagging doubt. This seems like good information for you to have, for you to bring with us.
They do deserve to be free, and well, I suppose my question would be, if you learn that they have no grandchildren, they have no children,
And
perhaps,
they're happy like this,
and perhaps they
thinking
are happy.
they have you.
If you are an accomplished sorceress, you can dispel the magic yourself. But will it really change the outcome no matter what you learn in that book?
Would it improve their lives?
I don't know. I don't know what they might be going back to.
Saying after we check out the journals, which I guess is a moot point because it's hypothetical.
Unless what you mean is they should just be able to go back to their real lives no matter what, whether it's good or bad,
And perhaps it's better,
because at least it's real.
and you could ask them too. It's going to be a very difficult conversation, I'm sure, but
I don't know how I'm even gonna start that.
we'll be there.
Well, let's wait until after we find out the info.
Yes.
As this conversation's kind of winding down, right? Itzel, you and Delon finished your walk back to Yusuf's place, and it's at this point like it's around like 7. The sun's probably gonna go down in the next hour. Um,
It's the golden hour for cameras
yes,
for you to have a good night kiss.
he stops and he actually says, "Would you would you like to
Mhm.
go? Would you like to go on a flight with me?
Oh.
I can show you the world. Shining, shimmering, gleaming.
That's right. Can't infringe on that copyright. The mouse is terrible.
Go back and find that rugged smothering from the first dungeon and be like, let's go!
The mimic! We have to find that mimic!
Is it smothering if it's cuddles? The
So
oh,
rugged smothering is just a weighted blanket with an initiative.
A weighted blanket with an initiative. There we go. In the shop with the sign on it. Weighted blanket with an initiative.
I was like, can we make LFTA merch for that, please? Sorry. Okay, right. Actual plot line. The oh, I mean, you're would you be in? Would you be as your hawk form, like the? Would you?
Unless there's something.
Oh, I don't know. I've seen how beautiful your hawk is. Your bear is lovely. I just, it'd be nice to see. It would be nice to see the different shades of you, like what you.
So intimate.
The like, plus we're getting on to like longer shadows. Like I don't know. One of the first. I was not a very graceful flyer the first time I tried, but I learned as a bat, because that was for us that was like the great colonies of bats that all like fly at the same time of night when they emerge from, which was a lot of. I bumped into a lot of people that
Sorry, the comments. I'm sorry.
the
That's not going to go away. Just FYI.
so
Okay, I'm good now. I just need to get that out of my system.
sure. So, yeah, that would be lovely. Yusef's family's like gardens are extensive, and there's some good perching trees and stuff, and
You are right. It's getting a little darker, and then just shifts into a larger than usual looking like snow owl with like that still same green eyes, that kind of glint.
she's gonna make like a little squeak as he like actually settles into the form and like bounce on her heels a little bit, like it's like I mean, I'm sure I'm not the first person to have told you that your owl is gorgeous, but and she'll
The feathers kind of like ruffle a bit.
She'll
preen.
shift into a like a fruit bat, so like kind of like a foxier face and longer bits, and head out to like flap up, because like her flight's not going to be quite as graceful as the owl, into the air, and then like kind of like wheel into the Nasiri Gardens, like with the, like
fly like over the tree line, over the lake, just that nice little golden hour of just sunlight and angles that is just delightful, right? It's incredibly just aesthetic. And I'm going to ask you at this point, how does this all end?
I feel like she's going to like, because like bat flight and owl flight, like he's going to be significantly more like dexterous in open air than she is, so she's going to like purposely take him through like trees and like challenge a little bit of like, okay, like how are you in like and since we've got like the fruit bat going on, like maybe get like something like smaller, like longan fruit or something that like, and like if he's like not paying attention, like basically like grab one and start munching on it and then throw another one in that direction. And she will like land on a lower branch by like the I imagine he's got like covered porch probably like out to the garden, so like if people wanted to take tea and see the ponds and the swans and the ornamental nonsense of so she'll land on like a upside down because like one of the like lower branches next to that and like sort of do a flip down and then shift back into human form.
Kind of swoops down a few moments after and follows.
And she'll be like, well, I know I'm not like, bats can't be quite so so agile as owls in the, I mean, I guess that's why some of them are predators for, I should have thought of that before. Anyway, this was fun. Thank you for, and she'll like touch the bear pendant again and all of the reassurances with the council. I'm sorry we don't have more time.
So this has been one of the nicest days I've had in a very long time.
And she'll be like, "Oh, fuck it, the world is ending," and like she'll like grab him around the middle and give him a kiss and be like, and like holding him like right, like both arms sort of banded around the waist, like if you want to get out of this, you're gonna have to try.
He does not.
She was probably bigger than him, yeah.
So he is very happy where he is right now. As 100% like that, like by the lake, by the gazebo, like sunset, just like romantic kiss moment, like with the panning camera angle and like a little bit of music. It is
the bats in the distance rising into the air. Yeah.
Yes.
It's circling around the two of you. Yeah.
Picture perfect.
So, I'll walk you through the Nasiri. Man, I am assuming you are acquainted with Yusef. And I don't... Yeah, I don't know where the rest of the crew is, but, I'm sure there's tea, or if you wanted to stay a little bit longer before you left.
I have time.
Not like an early council meeting in the morning, or
not that early.
Tea, then. Yeah.
Tea sounds lovely. And I think I think this time, like, if you reach out your arm, he'll take it and like kind of walk towards the house, right? And
I think at this point she's feeling a little bit more confident in the situation, so she's gonna like have started walking before he can actually like, like do the like put the arm behind, like, well, you'll grab my hand if you're planning on it, but yeah.
Yeah, he takes it. The two of you walk up to the house, and we'll fade out there. I have one last question.
Fade to black, very classy.
How I roll, thank you.
Where do we take our tea, ladies and gentlemen?
So, if you want that tea content, you gotta subscribe to our Patreon.
Premium content.
Which I meant that to be gossip, but I realized that could be taken a different way completely.
We do not have an OnlyFans. I'm sorry.
You say a thing and then you hear it and you're like, well, that's on stream forever. Anyway, good stuff.
Hot goss, hot tea.
Hot goss. So for the rest of the party, the last thing I have for you all as we're winding down for the night. You do have a 10 p.m. meeting, right?
That we do.
And Itzel seems to be occupied elsewhere.
We did tell her we could handle it without her.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So,
yeah, like
I've definitely drugged the party to a bar at this point, and that's where we are. But for planning next steps.
Oh, the meeting, as soon as you get downtown, you start looking at the directions, right? There's a bunch of bars, there's a bunch of places where they play music, and there are a couple, some seedier, some a little classier gambling establishments. And this is actually, this meeting location is in the back of a moderately nice casino.
Moderately
Nice.
Oh.
Right. It's not like super sketchy, but it's not like a 5-star establishment. Like
in the casino or like an alley behind it?
No, in the back, like in one of the like private VIP high roller areas.
Interesting.
Yeah, and that didn't say that on the directions. It just gave you like directions on where to go, and as you're getting there, you're like, okay.
So it looks like this is less of a mugger and more of a rich. To be fair, not much difference between the two, but
true. Like, would on one of my tours would I have come through here? Would I have ever like performed near here or like?
This is not the kind of place you'd want to headline. It's not anything. It's not bad, but like you could do better. You've got the talent to be at the 5-star establishments. These are for people who are just not on that like A-list tour group, right?
Okay. So I would not be familiar with this, like coming through town. Probably.
You probably know of it, but like, they book a lot of local stuff, and they're like very talented people. But there's a difference between like, hey, we're a local band, and like, hey, Taylor Swift's coming through for town for a concert. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a different vibe.
What are my fans called? Dotties?
I like it.
Yeah, Odette kind of just like, she's like, this is not nice, but it is okay. She's like, but it's okay. And
I will say the other night when we were getting ready to do our parade, and first Valen was doing his rager buying drinks at all the bars. Do I know these guards?
Ooh.
The security here. Do I recognize them? Because I remember every fucking person's name. Valen is that guy.
Oh heck! Roll me.
Oh heck!
roll Oh Jesus! Roll me. Fucking.
What,
persuasion.
flat charisma?
Yeah.
Or persuasion? I'll take persuasion. Because I get an advantage on that now, which I don't need because that's a nat 20.
God damn.
I'll roll again.
No, you don't even need to.
I didn't get a second 20. That would have been hilarious.
Yeah, but as you look around, like, that's, it's a casino. They've got some security. You notice a couple faces that look familiar, right? There's definitely a few, like, head nods and, like, little finger guns of, like, oh, Valley, my man, what's up? It's like, hey, bro, it's the party dude.
Right? I will stop in and actually chat with a couple of them and be like, hey, how's it going? What's it like in this place? What do I need to watch out for? We got cutthroats in here, or how classy are we looking?
No, nothing like that, man. Like, the worst thing people get mad at the dealer, try and start a fist fight. People get a little too drunk and get crazy, but it's honestly pretty safe, right? Just need some. It's harder to compete with things like the MGM Grand Fantasy, because like there's the whole. They got a.
What kind of high rollers we get in here? We like mob bosses or like bankers?
I probably shouldn't say, but
I know what you mean, man. I will slip him a little bit of gold for his trouble.
Yeah, he gives that extended look like this is 60-40 legit, not. Like,
it's fair. I appreciate that. That's a number I can work with.
Mm-hmm. Good move, but yeah, there's definitely he takes a goal. He makes sure that like one of the bartenders gets you and your friends a drink. It's on the house,
Very nice.
But yeah, there's just a VIP area in the back. All around you, people are playing all sorts of different games. A lot of dice tables, a lot of card tables. Less traditional casino in like the slot machines are not as they're not really existent, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is more people playing like dice, cards, chips. Some people are betting on like weird like fantasy nonsense. There's like basically an artificer's version of like Robot Wars where people are like betting on stuff like that people have made.
Want
There's
that?
a lot of just like kooky nonsense happening, but like it all seems pretty harmless.
Okay.
If there is crime here, it's all white collar.
That's fair. Yeah, it seems like an average middle class casino.
Yeah.
Valen would be cheering on the people who are winning.
So
all right, so we just want to kill time here till the meeting.
I suppose. Do you want to be incognito, Bella?
Considering we don't know who we're looking for, I guess we kind of just need to let them know that I'm here.
Yeah, just kind of walk around and just let it be known that you are in the building.
I guess.
I'm
I don't
wondering.
think I've really done stuff like this before, so I'm not sure. But
I mean, that's fair.
it's not
That's,
like we can really figure out who to get the drop on, even if we wanted to
Oh.
try to get the drop on
Mhm.
them.
I
No.
was in a play once. And she started, and she's like, very, very simple plot. However, so they're twins, no? And they switch places so that one can meet the romantic partner that she is actually interested in. It all comes down to I can cast an illusion on myself to look like you. You use your own magic to look like
Was
anybody
this
else.
11th night, Odette? Was that the?
I believe it was called 11th Night, yes. Itzel, oh, you made it.
Sorry, I'm not there. Yep, no, sorry.
It was, yes, it was
Oh.
the 11th Night trap, I think. So, Freaky Friday. So,
Yes, Parent Trap. Yeah, they were trying to trap their parents. I remember this. Yeah.
They were twins, but they switched minds. But they're trying to trap their parents.
I too have seen the Prestige.
Very simple plot.
Very simple story.
She got rave reviews. People loved it, but it was more of just a sleeper hit. So, but she said, "What do you think of that?" The other thing we could do is, I could walk by your side. I could turn myself invisible, or I could turn Valen invisible.
Valen is totally fine just cheering loudly for people in the casino and hiding in plain sight while keeping an eye on you.
But whatever you think is the best plan.
I guess maybe if you just want to stick with me and we'll look for them together. And yeah, Valen can hang back just in case.
The plan.
Okay.
Cool.
So yeah, you've got a couple minutes till, like I said, there's in the directions there's a basically back card room 3, what it would be, right? It's like the VIP area where you've been instructed to go.
Yeah, getting there early and being very obvious that she's here. I'm waiting to see if someone's going to send a bodyguard or a hench person to tell her to come back. Like I'm waiting to see what kind of help this person might have.
Gotcha. You can make a perception check, and you can also see the security, like the security at the front door.
I wanted to end with that D20 with that nat 20, but
yeah.
I mean, you've rolled what, twice this session and got? Oh no, you've rolled like 4 times this session and gotten 2 20s.
The first one was a 20, and this one I got an 18 with that one. That's not bad.
So you don't see anything out of the usual, right? As you look around, like you see the guards at the front, you see the guards by like the little chip payout area. You can see there's, as you kind of go up a set of like 6 stairs into like the more VIP area, there's like some guards there. Nothing that would like stand out to you.
Okay.
As absurd, right? But you don't see any other movements in the background either. All right. It's almost 10. What's your mood, Bella?
guess I'm going to, if there was like a specific room that it told me to go to, I'll go there. But otherwise, I'm just sort of like waiting.
Card room 3.
Let's head to card room 3.
All right. Gonna walk right behind her.
Okay. So
I think Odette is going to ready like a strike. I think she's going to just ready yourself to like, lash out, I think. I don't know if I have the kukri with me, but I'll just say, like, because I have no other weapon, like maybe I'll have that on my side.
Yep.
Unless did I get the sword immediately, or did I have to wait a day?
No, we have to wait.
Pick them out tomorrow.
Okay, cool. Then I'll just have the kukri on me, I guess. But she's gonna be like ready in action to like lash out if somebody tries to hurt Bella.
Okay. 3 of you walk into this back card room. It's a simple room, right? It's big enough probably to hold. It's got like a couple couches on the side and some small tables, and then like for eating and lounging. And it's also got a large poker table in the center, right, where a group of probably 8 people could sit down with a dealer and play in this back room area with their own bar and kind of not be disturbed, right? And it's a little quieter in here. They can kind of dictate what they want to listen to and how they want to just have their evening go. Sitting at that poker table is a gentleman that none of you would recognize. I don't think. He's got just shaved head, kind of like weirdly lumpy skull, right? Has one eye, it's like a different color. Almost looks like it's he's either got 2 color eyes or like it's a fake eye of some type, right? He's wearing like just a black shirt, a pair of like gray pants, and he's just spinning a coin aimlessly on the table while he's sitting in like the dealer's chair, just looking at you. And he sees you all walk in, kind of like a little weird. Look at you with your eyes, with his eyes.
Any divine sense in the room? Undead, fiend.
Undead, fiend, celestial, fae. Undead, fiend, celestial.
Undead, fiend, celestial.
So none ping.
Okay.
And Itzel's not there. Okay. So he looks at the 3 of you, says, have a seat. Glad to see you made it.
Yeah, maybe, clearly you know us. May we ask who we're having the pleasure of meeting?
Yeah, sure, if you want. My name's Mark.
Okay, Mark. Why did you invite us here?
Well, I invited you, and you decided to bring some friends. It's fine, I guess. But
Didn't tell me not to.
well, I appreciate the caution. You can't be too careful nowadays. Listen, what I'm supposed to say is supposed to be for your ears only, though. So, with the 2 of you mind just stepping outside for a second? It won't take but a minute. I understand this is a completely safe establishment.
Valid would look down to Bella.
Yeah, Odette like looks at Bella like, for real?
That's the only way we're going to get to find out why you asked me here?
It's for you only. What you do with it afterwards is up to you, but I was supposed to give it only to you. And he like stands up and like kind of pulls his shirt up a little bit and goes, I ain't got no weapons on me. You can see his little belt line. He's like, hey.
I guess.
Odette is very suspicious,
said
and
there's like all those guards in the other room. It's probably fine, right? Like,
maybe
no one's gonna try to like. There's no reason someone would try to kill me specifically.
Yeah. Just pat her on the shoulder. Well, I'll be right outside.
Odette is super suspicious of everything forever now. So
I also love the
that's
idea
the-
that Bella walked in and it has the two shortest people next to her, so she's actually the tallest of this trio.
Yes.
very important.
Yeah.
Her muscle are like yay big.
Odette's been watching this guy's like body language, like like an actor would watch, like to mimic somebody else and like get the feels of like, oh, okay, this is what this person is like. I want
Roll
to
perception.
What about insight?
Insight will also work.
That would also work. Okay. And ABG, always be gotten. That's a nat 20. Oh my god. I am expertise in insight, so that is a 32 plus 1 is 33.
This is a character. From what you can tell, everything that he has said is true. Right? He doesn't seem like he's got any nefarious nonsense. There's no body language that says he's like waiting to attack. But you recognize a character when you see one that someone has developed and then kind of fallen into on routine.
This is a persona he plays.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's something about this says you are talking to someone who is playing pretend or something like that, right? There's you're almost waiting for somebody to yell cut.
Yeah. Odette tries to like take Bella aside if she can. And she just says, "Excuse me, mon ami." And she like winks at the guy, and she tries to like take Bella like just outside, and she like whispers. You don't have telepathy or anything, right? That do you?
No, I only the whole like mental communication thing is just with Gray.
Okay. Oh no, fuck that! I have message. She messages you, so and she's like Bella. He's.
I mean, if we're including that, I have message too. Like, fuck it, we could just talk back and forth all
so,
day.
We're going like this. We're going like this the entire time. No, like she tries to.
It does have somatic component. Yeah, he's just like, all right.
Well, she gets like she's like, you got this. You got this. I think she would try to be a little bit more subtle about it. But so I guess she wouldn't like take you aside if I have message. She'd just kind of like lay a hand be careful, and then leave the room, and because you don't have to see the person, she just kind of points and outside the door and says, "Bella, be careful. This person may not be lying, but this is a persona. This is a character he wears to do whatever he does to whatever ends he wishes. This is not a real man. This is an actor." And I tried to communicate the same thing to Valen just afterward.
Sure. I mean, we have come as her bodyguards. I am clearly the heavy, and you are clearly the light. So I think looking at her and exchanging magical messages would absolutely not be a shocker to him when he asks us to go outside.
Mm-hmm.
I just close the door on your way out.
Yeah, she closed it and then pointed. So
okay, cool.
We are just on the alert.
When Odette closes the door, he looks at you, Bella, and goes, "All right, good. Well, now that you're alone, there's something important I'm supposed to relay to you."
Okay.
takes the coin he was spinning, snaps it in half, and chucks it towards the door. The hallway goes dead silent. And he goes, you ended up talking to Miss Nightshade about trying to find a way to take care of your prisoner problem. I think I can help with that.
Wait, what? Huh?
Give me 1 minute of your time, we can make Chantel disappear.
I mean, I could do that too.
Call session.
1 minute of my time, I can make Chantel disappear.
I feel like I am not the person this message was intended for. I feel like this was meant for Itzel. But,
And we'll call session there.
Who's Miss Nightshade?
So,
Councilwoman?
Ryan Nightshade.
Yeah.
Which one?
The tiefling, like.
Oh, right.
Mistress
The
Scott,
rogue.
yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
Zentarum?
Yes, on the up and up, she's a very powerful businesswoman. It's an open secret that she runs the black market and other shady shit that the council kind of looks away from because it's helpful to the city.
She's an international businesswoman.
Yes. So, I don't know if you recall, it's been a minute, but at the end of that fight, when Ryan came up to you and said, I like your style, we should talk more in the future about how you're handling things.
oh my.
Is it her?
So, anyway.
I get the feeling this is an agent of Miss Nightshade.
That seems fair.
That is session.
Yeah.
So you have some time to ponder your choices.
Did you see my post in the Discord that if we wanted to retcon the armor shopping, one of my favorite pieces of mage armor is still the Elven Chain, which would match your Elven Thin Blade.
Oh.
It has the stats of Chainmail +1, but you do not need proficiency. Anyone can wear it. It is a rare item though, so it would be closer to the 2,000 range. But
send me that link because we can definitely do that.
Yeah.
So yeah, we should be together again in 2 weeks. Although I'm gonna have to improvise because I will not be here, but I will be online because online is everywhere. We'll make it work. And yeah, with that, who has any cool stuff they want to talk about while I figure out who to raid?
I will be in a Philly Fringe show. So if you're in the Philadelphia or Philadelphia, as we say here, area, check out. It might be in the Discord. It might be in a link below, but I can link it. Check out at Comedy Showgates and on Instagram, and I'll be posting stuff about that. And that's going to be happening in, I believe, late August and through September. The fun thing is, I think it's the McManus Family Variety Hour. In truth, it's really just a fake cult recruitment. So
I appreciate that.
But there's for real going to be like live music. We're going to have performers, and we are going to have a very, very interesting proposition for everybody for our fake cult.
It's just it's a caring community for like.
Well, okay, so the brief of it is the sun is our grandfather. We all know this, but our enemy is the moon. So we just want to make sure that grandfather sun is taking care of all of you. So
I
Nice.
love this. I love everything about that.
I'll put it in the Discord. So
Hell yeah.
So 2 weeks from now, our Extra Life team, we're going to be putting together a tabletop weekend for Extra Life's Tabletop Appreciation August, raising money for children's hospitals. Details are not finalized yet. We're going to have a few games to watch. I will post the details in the Live from Apocalypse Discord when they're all set up, so you should join that if you are not already in it.
Heck yes. Oh, let me put the Discord stuff in there. Our socials.
Yay! Socials.
Yeah. Thought any of those pets you saw walk across the thing were cute? See more pictures. Join the Discord.
Yes.
We post pictures of the stuff that we like eat and cook, and that's awesome. And like people post memes, and sometimes they're like, a little too close to home, and it's fun. Yes, you should be a member of our community. Grandfather son maybe not included, but yeah, it's a caring community of individuals that
Every time 2023 gets too real, you have to take a shot. That's just the rules. Yeah.
I haven't been sober since January.
I mean, just praise the sun if you can.
Praise the sun.
See, that's a cult I can get behind right there.
Well, we're halfway there. Just come to our little session. It's only an hour long.
Hell yeah. So, all right. Well, with that said, I'm going to start to wind it down. We got a lot of good stuff this week. You'll see on the Thanks for Watching page. And then we're going to go raid AD HD Adventures.
HD Adventure.
It looks better. I think
Adventures.
Yeah, I think the pun is better when spelled. But regardless, they're playing some D&D, I think, and I'm gonna drop it on them, see what they're up to. So, thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna get this raid started, and I hope all of you have a wonderful evening and rest of your week. You got 5 seconds. You gotta hold that strong. Just strike a pose. Raid now. All right. Good night, everybody.